we're not only lagging behind, we're partly off track. So really we're developing in the wrong direction. So it's not going in the right direction in many of the sub goals and targets. Also, we have an urban planet, and cities always have been the main battleground for the above mentioned crises. And they're absolutely critical to achieve a more sustainable future. The GFHS, now this year, I think it's the third time in a row, really provides a good opportunity to discuss how can we achieve carbon neutrality and advance to a more digital and more sustainable economy. The organizers of this event put out quite some ambitious objectives that we will try to achieve in the coming 2 days. And these include, first, to facilitate a productive conversation, but also not conversation only, ideally also facilitate a conversation that leads to action, to substantial action, to make steps into the right direction, that we're not off track anymore, that we really develop to a more sustainable future, particularly in urban settlements. Second is to provide policy recommendation and advance the guidance we can provide in the use and development of technology. Third, to create synergies between all parties and to foster sustainable partnerships. And number 4 is to recognize and to promote best practices. These are the ambitious objectives for this conference today, and we have an exciting panel of opening speakers in this opening session today. And first, I would like to give the word to Ambassador Anvul Chaudhuri. His Excellency Chaudhuri is the chairman of the Global Forum on Human Settlements, and he's also the former UN Under-Secretary General and High Representative. Ambassador Chaudhuri, the word is yours.
Thank you very much, and my warmest greetings to all the distinguished participants. It is, if in Europe it's early, in New York it is 1 a.m. in the morning. It is the city which is proud to be a city where people do not sleep, and it also hosts the United Nations. In my capacity as the chairman of the Global Forum on Human Settlements, I extend a very warm welcome to all the participants who have joined us from various parts of the globe at the 17th Annual Conference of the Global Forum on Human Settlements, being held virtually. This is the third consecutive virtual conference for us since 2020. I extend a very special welcome to the distinguished mayors and other city representatives who are gracing our session. I appreciate the value and value the presence of several key participants who would share their expertise and experience with the forum participants. Among them are Professor Petteri Talas, Secretary General of World Meteorological Organization, Dr. Simon Steele, Executive Secretary of the UN Framework Convention on the Climate Change Secretariat. He will give us a video message, I understand. Mr. Kazushige Endo, Director, United Nations Center for Regional Development in Japan. Dr. Stefanos Fatu, Director, Office of Sustainable Development Goals in FAO. And Mr. Wang Xiaozong, Director of the China Energy Research Cooperation Center. Allow me also to convey on behalf of GFHS my sincere thanks to all co-organizers and collaborators for their huge support to the Global Forum. There are as many as 24 organizations, including 10 UN agencies, entities, and other partner organizations with whom the Global Forum worked together to successfully organize this 17th annual conference. Last but not the least, I'm delighted to say that I'm joined this morning by my Global Forum colleagues, Taj Hamad, our dear Vice Chairman, Lou Haifong, our dynamic Secretary General, and Christine He, our hardworking Deputy Secretary General, who opened the meeting by some housekeeping announcements. Over the past 17 years, Global Forum has been providing a platform for high-level dialogue on urban issues and promoting sustainable cities and human settlements for all. Our theme for this conference is, and I quote, "Together for a shared, safer, and greener urban future, resilient, carbon neutral, and nature positive cities," end of quote. Last month, the world's population surpassed its 8 billion mark. It is projected that globally, urbanization levels will rise dramatically in less than 3 decades to reach 70% by 2050. We thus live at a time of unprecedented, rapid, irreversible urbanization. As we all acknowledge, the new urban agenda adopted at the UN conference in Quito, Ecuador in 2016 is about people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership in urban settings. Habitat destruction is one of the biggest challenges that the world is facing now. The theme for this year's World Habitat Day was, and I quote, "Mind the gap, leave no one and place behind," end of quote, focusing on the growing inequalities and challenges in cities and human settlements. On that day, Secretary General of the United Nations said, reflecting the global reality, that, and I quote, "Today, over 1 billion people live in overcrowded settlements with inadequate housing," end of quote. It is now universally accepted that sustainable development hinges on fate of the world's cities. The international community is valuing the growing importance of cities and local governments. The new urban agenda recognizes the essential role of local governments in advancing sustainable development, driving climate action, and building an inclusive and resilient future for all. The role of cities in tackling global challenges has enhanced their legitimacy within the international arena. Evaluating the challenges during 5 years since the adoption of the new urban agenda, this year, UN experts identified the following manifestations. 1, urban areas are increasingly epicenters of crisis, insecurity, and violence, fueling displacement and forced migration. 2, housing remains largely unaffordable, both in the developing and developed worlds. 3. Feminization of urban poverty. Female-headed households in slums and informal settlements are growing. All of these forms of exclusion disproportionately affect women, youth, older generations, and migrants. A gendered perspective of urban poverty highlights the fundamental issues of equality and social justice by showing women's unequal position in the urban labor market, their ability to secure assets independently from male relatives, and their greater exposure to violence. 4. Accelerating urban action for a carbon-free world. As cities are responsible for some 70% of carbon dioxide emissions, 11,000 cities have committed to developing comprehensive climate action plans under the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy to create sustainable, carbon neutral, inclusive cities and towns. I would encourage the participating mayors and other city leaders at this conference to join this initiative in increasing numbers. With the urban population of the world set to escalate over the next few decades, it has become even more important to understand the role of cities in the area of climate change and producing carbon emissions. It goes without saying that local democracy, coupled with good governance at the local levels, is a key factor for the brighter future of all cities. When states treat local authorities as partners and allow urban residents a voice in the way their streets, stores, and workplaces are managed, cities are usually more efficient and livable. Such cities in turn enhance democracy nationally and make local and national economies stronger. The theme of this year's World Urban Forum very appropriately was, and I quote, transforming our cities for a better urban future, end of quote. In his quadrennial report issued in March 2022, this year, on progress in the implementation of new urban agenda 2019 to 2022, issued by the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, and he identified new urban agenda as an accelerator of global development agendas. The UN General Assembly has highlighted the contribution of the new urban agenda to the localization of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, showing how these two global agendas are intertwined and mutually reinforcing. I have the pleasure to inform you about my keynote address at the 10th General Conference of Mayors for Peace, an organization which has more than 8,200 cities from all parts of the world. in Hiroshima, Japan, last October. The title of my keynote speech was, and I quote, "Advancing the culture of peace to create a better world with communities at the center," end of quote. In the last 2 decades, cities and urban communities have become the dominant driving force for human development. The new urban agenda called on, yes.
It's super exciting, your speech, but we have a number of speakers lined up in this opening session, and it would be important to keep the time, sir. If you could kindly round it up, please.
I think as a chairman, I have some extra minutes to conclude my speech. Please don't disturb me like this. The new urban agenda called on the cities to enhance social and intergenerational interactions and foster social cohesion, inclusion, and safety in peaceful and pluralistic societies. It further called on the cities to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls by ensuring women's full and effective participation and equal rights in all fields and in leadership at all levels of decision making. It also reflected the commitment of the cities to ensure human development and build peaceful, inclusive, and participatory societies, as well as promote living together, connectivity, and social inclusion. Let me conclude by underscoring that sustainable urban development is one of the most pressing challenges facing the human community in the 21st century. As more and more people make cities their home, cities will be the arenas in which some of the world's biggest social, economic, environmental, and political challenges will be faced and need to be addressed collectively. As such, the leadership role of mayors and city governments is of fundamental importance. It is also significant that GFHS has, since its establishment, been focusing on these challenges at each of its annual conferences. The current 17th annual conference of the Global Forum is again another timely and relevant gathering that is aimed at making the international community alert and proactive on global habitat agendas. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. This was a very enlightening introduction to this conference and very comprehensive. Thank you very much. We will now continue to move on to the next speaker of the opening session, and it's a distinct pleasure to introduce Professor Petri Talas as the next speaker. Professor Talas is the Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization here in Geneva, and I hand over the word to the SG of WMO. Please, Petri.
Thank you, Stefan, and good morning. Good, very early morning from Geneva. It's still very dark here, but it seems that somewhere else it's already sunlight. So I will share some slides to show you some facts about the topic that we are dealing with today, and I will go briefly through set of slides, show you what we know and also the mitigation perspective.
We can see the slides.
You can see them?
Yes.
Great. Okay, excellent. So, from my side, I would like to say that WMO is the United Nations Specialized Agency on Weather, Climate, and Water, and we are also in charge of running IPCC, which is the United Nations Organization on Climate science, and we are also specializing on water-related issues. And if you look at the things that are worrying.
Sorry to interrupt, Professor Talas. Can you please put the slides into slideshow mode? Slideshow and full screen.
Can you see it now?
Not yet.
Okay.
Just click the
We see the PowerPoint window, but not in presentation mode.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Then I have to try again. Let's try again. So can you see it now?
No, not yet.
Okay, on my computer I can see it in the normal mode. Let's try again.
I'm so sorry.
So can you see the slides or not?
I'm so sorry. Do you have two screens, maybe? Maybe that is the problem, that you're sharing the wrong screen. So now
I will connect again. I will connect again. So let's try. So
at the moment, our colleague Maria is sharing the. Ah, yeah, now perfect.
Yeah, it's coming. Okay, wonderful. Okay, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm afraid I cannot hear you, Professor Talas. I'm not sure if that is true for all participants. Professor Talas, are you still connected? I'm afraid you disconnected.
I was reconnecting. So
okay.
I'm trying to say this, but I think it's. Can you see the screen or not?
Yes, we can. We see your first slide.
Okay, is somebody operating them for me?
Maria is operating them in the background. Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, next one. Great. So I was just saying that climate change is also a major economic issue, and it's a major threat for the economy for the coming 10 years. And also this extreme weather that we are talking about is also highly on the global economic agenda. Next, please. So we have seen warming of the temperatures, and the warming is much more felt in cities as compared to the rural areas. The amount of concrete and asphalt and so forth means that the numbers that we have seen, they are much higher in the cities, and also the impacts of extreme weather, they are felt very different in cities. Next, please. And sea level rise, we have seen about 30 centimeters sea level rise so far, and it has been speeding up, and there's a risk that we would see much more massive sea level rises during the coming 200 years. NASA has estimated that there's even a risk of 10 meters sea level rise if the Antarctic glacier melting is happening in a more speedy manner than estimated so far. But the conservative estimate is about 0.5 meter to 1 meter per century, and this is of course threatening many big cities and human settlements in the coastal areas. Next, please. And we have started seeing also a speeding up of the melting of the glacier, which means that we are getting less and less fresh water to the rivers worldwide, and this is also causing local flooding problems. Next, please. And we have been consuming the groundwater resources in a growing manner, and that means that we have seen negative trends in groundwater sources, for example, in populated areas in Asia, Europe, and also in both Americas, and that's going to be a fairly soon a major problem. Next, please. And this is an estimation of what's going to happen if we reach 3 degrees to global yield. We will have difficulties in feeding the growing population of the planet, and at the moment we are heading towards 2.5 to 3 degrees warming. So with the current emission levels, this is very relevant scenario for the future. So the most part of the world will lose their yield because of that, and it's very much because of drying of the planet. Next, please. And population growth is also one of the challenges. At the same time, we are moving more to the cities, and in some parts of the world, this is more extreme. It's Africa, Middle East, and Central Southern Asia, where this is a challenge, and this is also a water challenge, and it's also a food challenge, as I already mentioned. Next, please. We have seen increases in main greenhouse gas concentrations year by year, and so far we haven't seen any improvement in real atmosphere, as you can see from this image. Next, please. And if you look at the relative importance of the gases, it's very much carbon dioxide, which is coming from the consumption of fossil fuels. There's a component coming from land use, especially deforestation, and then third is methane. Next, please. And if you look at the global map where the emissions are coming from, Eastern Asia and North America are the dominant ones, and about 80% of the emissions are coming from G20 countries, and 1/3 is coming from G7 and European Union countries, and they have already made commitments to reach 1.5 degrees, but unfortunately, especially these East Asian countries haven't been able to do so far. Next, please. And here you can see the magnitudes of emissions coming from power production, which is number 1, and transport is number 2, and then thereafter industry. And in those sectors, we have the major challenges in mitigation. Next, please. And we should bend this energy use for various sectors, where at the moment 85% is based on fossil energy and only 15% is based on nuclear, hydro, and renewables, and we should bend those numbers during the coming decades to be successful in climate mitigation. Next, please. And IPCC was listing in their Working Group 3 report the means to be successful in mitigation, and in energy sector we have solar and wind energy as good means, and also in transport sector we have lots of these blue bars indicating that transport sector altogether can have a big role, and then this land use is number 3. Next, please. And from our side we are now improving the climate resilience of countries by improving the early warning services, and we got the mandate from Secretary General Guterres to prepare an action plan that in 5 years we would have 100% of coverage of early warning services. Today it's only 50%. Many less developed countries don't have proper early warning services. Next, please. And we have this plan, which was heavily endorsed by the past COP27. Next, please. And we have to improve the basic observing systems, early warning skills, and also preparedness and response capabilities of countries, and make sure that the warnings are disseminated and communicated in a proper manner. Next, please. And finally, I would like to say that there's also need to have better climate scenarios for the future. With the current climate models, we are not able to predict what's going to happen to the extreme events and, for example, melting of Antarctic glacier. And that's why we are promoting kilometer scale climate modeling center establishment, and that's one of the challenges for the science community. I will stop here to save some time for other speakers, but thanks for the opportunity to address you, and I would like to wish you most successful conference.
Thank you very much, Professor Thallas. This was very, very interesting. Thank you for this big overview around atmospheric developments, water, etc. So very, very helpful to frame this session. Colleagues, we have to move on, and the next speaker will be the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Dr. Simon Steele. Mr. Steele unfortunately could not be here in person at this time of the day, and therefore he recorded a brief video message, and I would like to invite the organizers now to play the video.
Dr. Manainkova, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to share a virtual stage with such a distinguished group of climate and development experts at this occasion. Since 2005, this forum has been providing an essential platform for high-level discussions on building sustainable cities and human settlements. It is a remarkable track record of service and education. It is no wonder that we at UN Climate Change remain so supportive of its work. Today, some 56% of the world's population, 4.4 billion people, live in cities. This trend is expected to continue, with the urban population more than doubling by 2050. At which point nearly 7 out of 10 people will live in cities. In light of this reality, the IPCC has also recognized the important role of local governments in delivering climate action. We're increasingly seeing innovative local solutions across the spectrum of climate issues, mitigation, adaptation, as well as the challenges related to loss and damage. This reality is being reflected in the NDC reports we are getting. Although we continue to have grave concerns regarding the overall NDC ambition levels, in over half of the NDCs submitted with an adaptation component, we see that urban areas and human habitat appear as key elements. Nearly 80% of the NDCs submitted include mitigation measures for the building sector, covering energy efficiency improvements and shifts to low or zero carbon fuels. Additionally, 80% of the national adaptation plans also identify urban areas and settlements as priorities. And now, COP27 delivered a package of decisions that will benefit the most vulnerable, with cities and towns playing a crucial role in shaping their implementation. The high-level champions and Marrakesh Partnership delivered a wide range of initiatives that spanned issues of mitigation, adaptation finance, and equity. Notable among them is the launch of the African Cities Water Adaptation Fund, an African-led insurance commitment to provide cover for up to $14 billion in climate losses, and the Sharm el-Sheikh Adaptation Agenda in partnership with the COP27 presidency. We also saw the convening of the first ever ministerial meeting on urbanization and climate change, focusing on housing and urban development. COP27 reinforced the commitment of the Paris Agreement for multi-level climate action and launched the COP27 Presidential Sustainable Urban Resilience for the Next Generation, an initiative now endorsed by over 100 global partners. Together, with our colleagues at UNEP, we also launched a new 5-year work program to promote climate technology solutions in developing countries. These are all good starts, but we have a very long way still to go. Among other things, we need to be mindful of the complex transformation that is needed when it comes to rural-urban coexistence, particularly in how we take a more holistic approach towards human well-being and conservation of natural ecosystems. As we enter the new phase of implementation of the climate change agenda, we need to ensure that the solutions we consider are reflective of the complexities and demands of addressing different aspects of human settlements. At the UN Climate Change Secretariat, we will continue to strive to achieve this in the work ahead of us. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Steele. This was also very interesting. So in case you see the recording, a big thank you for making the effort to record the video. Unfortunately, couldn't be with us this morning. Next speaker will be Dr. Kashwinge Endo. Dr. Endo is the director of the United Nations Center for Regional Development, and I would like to hand over now to Dr. Endo, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by congratulating all the hosting organizations and the partners for organizing 17th annual session of Global Forum Human Settlement. I am very honored to deliver opening remark. United Nations Center for Regional Development, UNCRD, belongs to UNDRR in New York. Our office is located in Japan, and we are working on a sustainable development areas such as transport, disaster risk reduction, waste management, smart cities, and local SDG actions. A major objective of 17th GFHS annual session is to discuss resilient, carbon neutral, and nature positive cities for safer and greener urban future. This objective is highly relevant to our programs and activities. For example, yesterday we co-organized the International Symposium Transforming Mobility for Humanity with the Club of Roma and other co-organizers. One of the major objectives was to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the report, The Limits to Growth. As you know, the report raised serious concerns about the implication of the growth on Earth's planet. Also, the report called for a strategic approach to sustain growing cities and towns across the world. In the policy discussion, key messages from political leaders and experts provided a deeper philosophy on mobility for humanity from the perspective of inclusiveness and participatory approaches. In the following policy dialogues, the speakers discussed to overcome transport sector issues including traffic congestions, road accident, energy consumption, and pollution and health. Those discussions aim to achieve accessible, safe, affordable, resilient, low-carbon passenger and flight transport, as well as mobility for humanity. I think such discussion results and output are highly relevant to the 17th GFHS annual session. Ladies and gentlemen, this 17th annual conference, UNCRD is responsible for the thematic session 1B, Sustainable Waste Management for Circular Economy and Zero Waste Cities, which we mobilize our resources from the 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia and Pacific. We are hosting this forum since 2009 with 35 Asia Pacific member countries. Our 3R and Circular Economy Forum are in the middle of discussion on the new 3R Circular Economy Declaration to be adopted next year, which aim to catalyze transformational changes in the resource and waste management sector in the region. There is a collaborative mechanism between our forum and the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNECA, which recently started the Circular Economy Initiative. The new declaration would be characterized with a zero waste future and more country-based implementation mechanism, which of course is aligned with the objective of the 2030 agenda and sustainable development goals. UNCRD would like to contribute to the 17th GFHS annual session by utilizing our programs and activities to the maximum degree. Finally, I would like to pay my deepest respect to the Global Forum on Human Settlement and co-organizers for organizing such a significant event to discuss critical issues and policy options for resilient, carbon neutral, and nature positive cities. I look forward to working with all of you to support the 17th GFHS annual session. I thank you.
We would like to thank you, Dr. Endo. Thank you very much for the to the point, clear opening remarks. We appreciate your contribution. We have to hand over to the next speaker already, and it's a pleasure to introduce Dr. Stefanos Foutoi. Dr. Foutoi is the director of the Office for Sustainable Development Goals at the Food and Agricultural Organizations of the United Nations, the FAO. And the floor is yours, dear Stefanos.
Stefan, thank you very much, and good morning, or very good morning, or good afternoon to all the participants here. It's my real pleasure to be in this forum, and this year with another affiliation. I've been in this forum as UNEP, as ESCAP, and now as FAO, and I'm very pleased to address all of you here. So I would like to highlight a couple of points related to the theme of this year's forum. Food and agriculture is one of the main drivers of greenhouse gas emissions. It's one of the main drivers of biodiversity loss. But at the same time, it's a sector that provides income, provides well-being to hundreds of millions of people. And it's actually the basis of existence, I would say, for hundreds of millions of families. Right now, our food systems are not able to produce enough food, distribute enough food, and at the same time protect the environment. But they have a very big potential to accelerate the Sustainable Development Goals. And I want to refer here to the Global Sustainable Development Report of 2019 that identified food systems and urban and peri-urban systems as 2 of the 6 accelerators to make the Sustainable Development Goal happen. We listen different numbers. There is a figure saying that cities generate about 60% or are responsible for about 60% of global greenhouse emissions. And there's other estimations that they say food systems and the whole value chain is responsible for about 30% of the global emissions. So have we found here the real answer on what we need to fix? In practical terms, maybe yes. In scientific terms, not absolutely yes, because when we talk about cities and food systems as drivers of emissions, it's not that they are responsible for the emission, but probably they are connected to the use of energy and industrial goods that they are primarily responsible for the greenhouse gas emissions. Almost 3/4 of greenhouse emissions responsible is the energy sector, about 20%, the agri-food sector, the 17%, and then industry. But there's a very big need to transform urban food systems, because when we look at the nexus of food systems and urban and peri-urban systems, then we will find a lot of entry points that they're related to energy, to industry, so we can fix our systems. So I think that one of the main messages we have here is that we cannot achieve the 2030 agenda, we cannot accelerate the SDGs if we don't look simultaneously at how we will transform our food and our urban and peri-urban systems. In FAO, we are supporting specific work on this area. We have an initiative on green cities, which focuses on improving the urban environment, strengthening urban-rural linkages, and ensuring access to healthy diets from a sustainable agri-food system. And of course, in partnership with other UN agencies, international and local stakeholders, we try to break down the rural-urban divide, because this is an artificial divide, and promote sustainable food systems thinking. In FAO also, we are hosting the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub, which works to support countries in implementing national agri-food system pathways, and we see that many countries, they want to localize these pathways. So I would like to acknowledge the huge importance of the theme of this 17th session of the Global Forum on Human Settlements, and I appreciate the efforts of the forum. You will listen later on the high-level dialogue, more specifics on agri-food systems and urban systems, and I thank you very much for inviting me here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Futoy. Dear Stefanos, very nice presentation, and we appreciate the bigger picture also with food systems. Thank you so much. We continue with the next speaker of the opening session, and that's Mr. Wang Shangzhou. Dr. Shangzhou is the director of the China Energy Research Society and the Carbon Neutral Industry Cooperation Center. He was the former director of the Northwest China Energy Regulatory Bureau at the National Energy Administration in China.
好的，谢谢主持人。尊敬的安瓦尔·乔杜里主席，尊敬的各位来宾，女士们、先生们，大家下午好。非常高兴也非常感谢应吕海峰秘书长的邀请，来参加本次论坛年会，并分享我的一些观点作为世界上聚焦可持续城市与人类环境最重要的盛会之一第17届全球人均环境论坛年会，在克服疫情等各种困难的情况下，今天隆重开幕了在此呢，我仅代表中国能源研究会碳中和产业合作中心，对大会的胜利召开表示热烈的祝贺，并借此机会就城市低碳发展以双碳目标实现谈3点肤浅的看法，与大家分享交流。需要说明的是呢，这里提到的双碳是指中国政府提出的碳达峰和碳中和，简称为双碳我要分享的第一个观点是，城市低碳发展是双碳目标实现的重要内容。 城市绿色低碳发展呢，是践行人民城市理念的重要手段，是城市高质量可持续发展的必由之路。围绕双碳目标，城市的发展呢，必然要更加注重绿色低碳的高质量发展啊，这是城市发展的意义所在，也是人民城市理念的生动和具体体现啊。随着中国城镇化水平的提高啊，中国的能源消耗和碳排放越来越集中在城市地区。当前中国城镇化的水平呢，已经达到了63.9%，将近65%的人居住在城市啊。大量能源的消耗、商品的消耗、食物消耗的终端用户都在城市里，大量的污染物排放呢，也都产生于城市。可以说，城市是碳排放最主要的地方，城市呢，也是碳减排任务最重的地方啊。城市能不能实现绿色低碳，决定了中国的双碳目标能不能如期实现。城市绿色低碳发展呢，是双碳目标实现的重要内容啊，也是经济绿色低碳发展的重要体现。控制好了城市低碳排放，将成为实现双碳目标的关键所在。这是第一个要说的观点。二，城市低碳发展要有好的思路和愿景。双碳目标的提出啊，为城市发展带来新的挑战与机遇。建设低碳城市呢，是实现城市可持续发展的必由之路。城市低碳发展必须以低碳理念重塑城市的经济、市民的生活、政府的管理，用低碳技术来发展改造城市生产和生活，形成健康、简约、低碳的生产方式、生产生活和消费方式啊，实现城市低碳排放，甚至是零碳排放啊。城市低碳发展呢，应该以公平正义为导向啊，以满足人民美好生活的需要为目的。绿色低碳、绿色发展，其最终的目的都是为人民创造更多的福祉和更好的幸福感。因此，必须采取可持续的发展战略，推广可持续的绿色发展模式。在城市绿色低碳发展中啊，应该注重各方的力量参与，注重人民群众的感受，注重文脉传承与融合，要与城市居民高度共情，与时代要求呢高度共鸣。要持续强化规划引领和统筹推进，强化数字赋能和绿色低碳，强化民生优先和共建共享。要根续人文记忆，创造品质生活，精心打造经济繁荣、绿色低碳、环境优美、人与自然和谐相处的美丽城市，全力塑造颜值与气质俱佳、魅力与活力齐发的新型城市形象啊，为世界城市可持续发展呢提供中国样板。这是我要说的第二点。第三，城市低碳发展的主要措施建议啊：一、强化绿色低碳规划引领。绿色低碳规划引领啊，是推动城市绿色低碳转型的首要环节。要将绿色低碳理念呢贯穿到规划、建设、管理等各个环节，以绿色低碳发展为引领，坚持改善生态环境，促进能源资源节约和综合利用，合理确定城镇开发的边界，优化城市的形态、密度、功能布局和建设方式。二、推动城市组团式发展。城市组团式发展呢，是现代城市发展的新形态和新趋势啊，有利于生产要素呢在更大范围和空间内优化配置，能更好的发挥城市综合承载和辐射带动作用啊。要积极发展绿色低碳城市群建设，跳出目前的现有的行政区划，去审视城市规划和区域发展定位，最大限度的呢 减少低水平建设和重复投资，促进大中小城市和小城镇的协调发展和共建共享。3、推广绿色建造方式。绿色建造呢，就是按照绿色发展的要求，通过科学管理和技术创新，采取有利于节约资源、保护环境、减少排放、提高效率、保障品质的建造方式，实现人与自然和谐共生的工程建造活动，包括工程建造的各个阶段都要全面体现绿色发展理念。4、提高建筑节能标准。提升建筑能效要以完善先进的建筑节能标准为基础，要进一步完善建筑节能与绿色建筑标准体系，积极开展零碳建筑标准、绿色建筑设计标准、绿色建筑工程施工质量验收规范、建筑碳排放核算标准等自修订工作。同时，要稳步提升政府投资公益性建筑和大型公共建筑的节能标准。5、全面推广绿色低碳材料。建筑材料行业呢，是重要的基础原材料行业，也是建筑碳排放的重要环节。要加大绿色建材产品和关键技术的研发投入，鼓励发展性能优良的预制构件和部品部件，大幅提高城镇建设中绿色材料应用的比例。推进绿色建材产品标准认证、标识推广应用等工作，促进绿色建材广泛使用。6、深化可再生能源建筑应用，加强可再生能源呢在建筑领域的应用，有效减少化石能源依赖，推动降低建筑运行过程中碳排放的水平。这里面主要有那么3个小点。1、推动太阳能建筑应用，坚持一电则电、一热则热，根据太阳能资源条件、建筑利用条件和用能需求，统筹推动太阳能光伏、光热系统应用。2是系统加强地热能等可再生能源利用，因地制宜推广应用地热能、空气热能、生物质能。3是提升终端用能电气化水平，充分发挥电力清洁、便利、易获得等优势，建立以电力消费为核心的建筑能源消耗体系。以上呢就是我要分享的3点观点啊。最后想表达的是呢，中国能源研究会碳综合产业合作中心作为中国能源领域的高端智库，将与我们专注、专业、专家以及跨行业、跨领域、跨地区的独特优势和强大实力，积极参与到全球人居环境的各项活动中去，与国内外政府、企业、组织、研究机构等携手合作，共襄盛举，为推动全球人居环境可持续更美好做出应有的贡献。最后呢，预祝本次大会圆满成功，谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Mr. Huang, for your interesting presentation. Well, we have to move on to next speaker, Dr. Radhika Murthy, Director of the Center for Society and Governance from International Union for Conservation of Nature. Dr. Murthy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Christine, and a very warm welcome to everybody to this forum. IUCN is delighted and grateful to actually co-organize this with many other partners. So I'll quickly just share a little bit about who we are. I know we're still in the process of getting to know each other. We're an intergovernmental and membership-based organization that helps shape the agenda for biodiversity and climate change through our membership resolutions. And since last year, we are very, very delighted to say that there is a specific membership category for subnational authorities where cities and subnational members can actually have voting rights to shape their biodiversity agenda and directly influence that. And then this drives a lot of other processes related to UN conventions and multilateral processes. So before I go on to talk a bit about what it is that we can actually do together, let me share with you some of the commitments we've made and how we're moving towards engaging more with cities and want to engage more with many of you who are on this forum today. We have a dedicated urban team, institutionalized financing for scaling up our work. We're setting up a team in Bonn, Germany, and working with the three nexus, the intersections of science and knowledge, implementation, as well as policy engagement across 160 countries. We are now increasingly working more and more with subnational authorities on policy setting, on doing more work in urban areas, in cities, and also making sure that we take all of that knowledge and generate benchmarks that can help other cities join this movement of enabling greener, nature-positive cities. And several of our resolutions have very specific commitments and targets and working with cities. So for IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, it's imperative that we actually work with cities to get there. And what it is that we can do together, well, to become nature positive, cities need to address the broader ecological footprints, as mentioned by several of the speakers in the opening ceremony. IUCN has about 75 years of experience in working in rural and peri-urban spaces, and we're very keen to provide technical expertise as well as practical but feasible approaches for collective action with cities at scale to work on this nexus, to work on this broader ecological footprint. Technical frameworks and tools such as nature-based solutions can help us get there. And I really encourage you to attend that thematic session 3A, where our program officer for urban, Loredana, is going to speak a bit about the nature-based solution standard and the opportunities it provides for us to be able to do that. And then secondly, very important, ambitions of the global biodiversity framework, whatever is about to come out of Montreal, cannot be achieved without cooperating with cities. So IUCN is committed to building long-term collaborations with cities to help you bring your contributions to the global biodiversity framework. We encourage cities to join our conservation union through the membership category and really work together at scale. But it's not just about what it is in for nature. It's not just about our biodiversity targets. Nature is our ally. It looks after us when we look after it. So working together, cities stand to benefit a lot. The people living in these spaces stand to benefit a lot. And you know this, that by enabling greener cities, by enabling more natural spaces, by looking after natural and modified ecosystems in urban spaces, we can improve quality of life and well-being, we can reduce health risks, and importantly, we can enable greater social cohesion, all of which helps us move towards the shared vision of a safer and greener urban future. So very delighted to be part of this opening, part of this global forum, and we really look forward to working together with all of you to take our ambitions to scale and make sure that our collaborations that are established are long-term, lasting, and move towards sustainable and greener cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murthy. Thank you for giving us a very big picture of the work and the initiatives of IUCN. We also look forward to the NBS session tomorrow. Well, before we go to the next session, may I kindly request all our speakers and participants to open your video. Let's have a group shot for the opening session. Please, all the speakers and participants, turn on your camera. Let's have a group shot virtually. Thank you very much. Yes, wonderful. And also, Stefan has to run for another session. But thank you, Stefan, for wonderfully leading the opening, and a great appreciation go to our honorable speakers, Stefanos, Mr. Huang, Dr. Murthy, Professor Talas, as well as Mr. Steele. Well, now you will hear great insights live from our distinguished keynote speakers. Mr. Arab Habala, Senior Sustainability Expert, former Chief of Sustainable Consumption and Production of UNEP will chair the keynote session to expand on the policies, approaches, models, and practices towards resilient, carbon neutral, and nature positive cities. Arab, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, you have the
Good morning.
space. Hand over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, colleagues. We have a challenging topic ahead of us, where I would like to highlight the few key words that are on the title, and I would hope that all the speakers will refer to them in their keynote speech. We are here to work together. I'm taking word from the title, for a shared safer, greener, urban future, resilient, carbon neutral, nature positive cities. This forum happens at the right moment, 4 weeks after the COP27 that was discussing about the challenges of climate change and opportunities for action. And at the same time, we're having currently ongoing the COP15 on biodiversity. And in both of those COPs, the cities have an extremely important role to play. And urban development, if done unsustainably, which is generally the case, as we have been hearing, is one of the main drivers of climate change and biodiversity loss. Building with nature is a more sustainable and cost-effective alternative. Still, we are not there because our building business as usual is contributing to climate disasters and is contributing to biodiversity loss. So we need to turn upside down this formula that is not the right one. So please, dear speakers, if not your main focus, at least reflect on the challenges and opportunities for solutions related to the two major crises for humanity, climate change and biodiversity loss. We have 6 speakers with us. I have asked them, if possible, to speak within 12 minutes so that we could have at least the opportunity for a question. Let me start with Professor Jan Jael, renowned architect, urban planner, and designer, founder and senior advisor of Gale Architects. Jan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Does it work?
Yes, we can hear you.
It's fine. I would like to show my presentation in the form of a PowerPoint presentation, and I will go on to share my screen. Can you see the screen?
Perfect. Go on, please.
We'll go on. I will talk about people in cities, the people dimension in city planning, and I will talk about the importance of putting people first in your considerations. And we will be starting now. We are all working for the same client. It's a walking creature, and he has a great interest in fellow man in other cities. But the problem really is that we have treated this client very badly for quite many years. There's been two very dominating planning paradigms, at least for the past 50 years, who both of them did everything to chase people out of the public spaces. That was the architectural ideology of modernism, and that was the invasion of motor cars. Before the modernism, all the cities were made up of spaces, spaces where all the life of the cities were going on, and the buildings were not dominant. It was sort of addressing the spaces. If we look at old cities, we always can remember that all the spaces, and maybe we can remember 2, 3 buildings, the cathedral, the town hall, the king's castle, whatever. All the buildings, other buildings were quite anonymous. With the modernism, the whole thing shifted, the whole focus shifted from the spaces for people to the objects, to the buildings, and whatever was not built upon was leftover space. In the new cities, we do not remember any spaces at all because there are none, but what we remember are increasingly funny buildings made on this focus on the objects rather than the spaces for people. The result of these 2 developments have been a goodbye to human scale. In the old days, we had human scale settlements. Now people are floating in leftover space. And also the result being a goodbye to the concern for people always shown in settlements throughout history until modernism, and also a concern for social life has been left out in the open air, and people are just floating around. The other thing which happened in the same has been the car invasion. The cars took over the spaces all over the world, and everything was done to make the cars happy. And again, the people of the cities and the life of the cities were chased out of the public spaces. People are treated very badly in cities in all corners of the world. And especially the situation is serious in the developing countries of this world. Also with the car came another blow to human scale. That was the 60 km/h scale, where instead of intimate 5 km/h architecture, we started to have 60 km/h architecture, big spaces, big signs, no people, no details, no intimacy, no fun. What was known about quality for people by the time these 2 big transformations really took on, that was in 1960, we knew virtually nothing. I was trained as an architect in the 50s, and we were told repeatedly that it doesn't matter what you build because people will adapt and the built form will not influence the quality of life for people. That was what we were told. If it looked good from the air, it would be good to live in. Then I married a psychologist, and then in my life, I had a lot of good discussions with fellow psychologists, fellow teachers, and fellow architects, and all the psychologists would always say, why are you architects not interested in people? Why don't they teach you anything about people in School of Architecture? In my case, I had to go back to School of Architecture 40 more years to try to find out that they didn't know a thing. They could not teach anything they didn't know. We had to start from square one to study how does the built form influence the social life of people. In this course of this research, I wrote some 7 books. They're out in 49 languages. And I always say that by doing research and writing books, you can change the mindset. People can be inspired to think in another way. And if they think in another way, there is a basis for changing the way you plan the cities and the settlements. The research has now gone on all over the world in many corners for 50 years. And actually, starting with Jane Jacobs in 1961, we now know quite much about how to make fine cities and fine settlements for people, respecting people. And also we know some of the things we found out. Certainly what we built influenced our life. We form the cities, but then the cities form us. We form the buildings, but then the way the buildings are organized, they really form the way we can live. We know that we can make spaces which people hate and they gallop out of them as fast as they can, or we can make space where people would like to linger, and they may even come from all over the city to join other fellow citizens in these particular spaces. Now we are in 2022, and in many ways the winds have changed, and many of these things I talk about, they are widely understood, and most mayors in the world I know of, they would like to have a lively, livable city. They need to have a sustainable city. They would like to have a city which invites for healthy lifestyles, and also it has to be a good city to be old in. This first thing, the lively, livable city, that is the age-old thing of public space, that we have in the public space always in history had the chance to meet our fellow citizens and see what society we are part of, and see the daily doings. And also we should realize that attraction number one in our human lives and in the city is actually people. There's nothing more interesting than people. We also now know for sure that we have to do much more to have a sustainable city. And one aspect is that the more we walk, the more we cycle, the more we use public transportation, the better for the climate. Furthermore, now the doctors tell us that for 50 years, we made cities which invited people to sit. We've had a serious illness called the sitting syndrome, which makes it essential in city planning that we invite people to move more and sit less. Finally, I'll mention another more recent development is that we have an increasing number of elderly people in our society who may have 15, 20, 25 years between retirement and between when they cannot survive anymore. And these people have a lot of good days and a lot of good years, but they need a very good public environment where they can go the 10,000 steps the doctor asks them to do to keep active. This is a very much important new demand, but actually if we make better cities for the elderly, they are also better for the children and they're better for everyone. Summing up, if we look carefully after people in city planning, we will efficiently address these four issues. We'll get more livable, more sustainable, more healthy, and more good cities to be old in. But we have to look at the people and make sure they can have a good time as Homo sapiens in their settlements. The wind is changing. People-oriented city planning principles, they are being used now in more and more cities across the world. And good conditions for walking, public life, and bicycling are increasingly seen as elementary human rights. After having done all this research, I've been involved in many projects to carry out the ideas in real life, in small cities, in big cities. One example being the reconquering of Times Square so that now people can enjoy, and it is now a square and not a traffic roundabout. In Sydney, we have worked hard to get the cars and buses out of the central cities, which are now for pedestrians, for bicycles, and for light rail. In a country like Oman, we have worked with introducing public spaces so that it's not the world of the cars or not caring, but now it has got places where you can have access to meet your fellow citizens. And first and foremost, Copenhagen, my hometown, where we've done all the studies, and we've used Copenhagen as the laboratory throughout, and it's had a very strong effect on Copenhagen. And actually, for 60 years, they have now had a people-first policy in Copenhagen, which have made Copenhagen a very outstanding and very livable city. Here is a map showing the areas reserved for people and pedestrians. In 1962 and in 2022, there's been a fantastic change, but also there are now much more people walking, much more public life, because they've They've invited people to enjoy the city. Also, they've invited bicycles. They made a very extensive bicycle system. And by now, we are up towards 50% of everybody. They go to work and studies on their bicycles in the city of Copenhagen. I shall end now by saying that if we put people first in city planning, that relates directly back to who we are and what we are made for. The little walking animal. The biggest day in our life is when we can stand on our feet and start to walk. Life, all the rest of the life, all the important things happens when you are walking, when you're on your feet. The client is a slow, linear, horizontal, 5 kilometers an hour walking creature with this great interest in people. So in conclusion, people city as first priority. It is by far the simplest and cheapest you can do in city planning. No big infrastructure. It creates better cities for all categories of people in society. And it is for cities in all parts of the world. And you can start tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jan, for this very interesting and very positive presentation. You seem to be very optimistic on making the cities for people. You know very well that this is not the case, unfortunately, in most cities. I mean, Copenhagen is effectively an outstanding city. I know it very well. I know the cases that you have referred to where there were improving spaces for humans. But generally speaking, all around the world, this is not the case, and it's rather the opposite that is going around. So from your perspective, as an architect who has written, who knows so much about it, who have seen so much around you, how can we effectively make the cities be more people-oriented? When I'm referring to the big cities in Africa and in Asia, which will be driving tomorrow the climate change agenda. In 2010, we had the Better City, Better Life Summit in Shanghai, which was really showing what we can do. Things has not improved so far. I refer to COP27 and COP15, and we want to make cities greener, more resilient, and so on. But we remain very much on speeches. So please, from your experience, being optimistic, just be realistic. What can be done in big cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Shanghai, Lagos, and so on?
I think I have mentioned it already. I think that first we will have to change the mindset, the way the politicians and the planners and architects and developers, they look upon, they had to have the knowledge about what they should do. So we have to work with the research, with the communication of the research, the results of the research, and then we can apply them. I have worked now as an architect for 62 years, and I've been through the whole circle, doing a lot of research, making books, and then applying it. And I'm an optimist because I've seen so many places and so many mindsets changing. And I'm pointing out that it's the cheapest and most simple you can do in city planning. It literally only takes concern. It doesn't take many money, and that's why I say that this kind of people-oriented city planning you can apply also to the poor cities and to the big cities. And I will say that these methods, they are valid in all sizes of settlements, from many millions to small villages. As long as there is Homo sapiens living, we know how we can make a better time for them.
I hope I can be as optimistic as you are.
I've seen so much in my time that I do think that we can change the mindset and can have other values, especially when they are not expensive and they are not standing in the way of other things. It's just to put down your foot and said, walking is a human right and getting across the street is a human right, and you can bloody well make sure that that can happen in your city. That's the first step.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope everybody will get as optimistic as you are and we'll find a solution for the world. Let us now move to the next presentation. Professor Zhang Yuqing, former Deputy Director General of the National Energy Administration of China. Professor Zhang, the floor is yours. Professor Zhang?
你好，你好。
张教授，张教授，你打开视频了吗？
我打开视频了已经。
OK， 好的，可以了。
PPT 还没打开，这 PPT 的话，等一下啊，马上。尊敬的各位嘉宾、各位朋友、女士们、先生们，大家好！很高兴应会议主办方的邀请，参加全球人居环境论坛。根据主办方的安排呢，我发言的题目是中国实现双碳目标的政策和行动。我想呢，可能主要从5个方面做一个简单的介绍。一是双碳目标是中国政府庄严的对外承诺。第二是党中央、国务院关于碳达峰、碳中和的政策。
I'm sorry to interrupt。张教授，你这边好像没有共享题目，需要我这边帮你共享吗 ？PPT。
我看看没有共享题目是吧？
或者我们帮共享吧，可怜。
或者我这边。
你那边发吧，我这个电脑操作。
我们帮你放。
好，那我这边就共享了啊，然后
你共享吧哈。
对，
好，
稍等一下。
我这个电脑有时候我操作也不是特别灵。
没事，好，您继续。
现在行了吗？共享了吗？可以了是吧？第三是国家部委关于碳达峰、碳中和的相关政策。第4个方面是各省市自治区政府关于碳达峰的实施方案。最后介绍一下中国的部分重点企业关于这个碳达峰、碳中和的行动。下面介绍第一部分，双碳目标是中国庄严的对外承诺。大家知道，2020年9月22日，中国国家主席习近平在第10届联合国大会一边性辩论上发表重要讲话时表示，中国将提高国家自主贡献力度，采取更加有力的政策和措施，二氧化碳排放力争于2030年达到峰值，努力争取2060年前实现碳中和。大家知道，这个发达国家从碳达峰到碳中和大都是40年以上，甚至70年。但是中国作为一个发展中国家，目前我们还处在工业化和城镇化那么一个阶段，能源的消费还在刚性增长。我们用10年的时间实现碳达峰，再经过3年的时间实现碳中和，应该说这个任务是非常的艰巨，但是同时也彰显了中国积极应对气候变化、走绿色低碳发展道路的坚定信心，体现了中国主动应对气候变化的大国担当。实现这个碳达峰、碳中和啊，是我国向世界做出的庄严承诺，也是一场广泛而深刻的社会变革，绝不是轻轻松松就能实现的。所以，中国国家主席要求啊，各级单位和政府要拿出抓铁有痕、踏实留印的劲头，明确时间表、路线图、施工图，推动经济社会发展，建立在资源高效利用、 和绿色低碳发展的基础上。但是我们也要统筹做好碳达峰、碳中和工作，指出要尽快出台2030年前碳达峰行动方案，坚持全国一盘棋，纠正运动式减碳，坚持先立后破。也就是说，既要保证双碳目标实现，又必须要保障国家的能源安全供应。也就是说，要两手抓，一手抓能源安全，一手抓能源结构调整。下面介绍第二部分，就是党中央、国务院关于碳达峰、碳中和的政策。应该说，这个2021年9月22日，中共中央、国务院发布了关于完整、准确、全面贯彻新发展理念，做好碳达峰、碳中和的意见，包括2021年10月，国务院发布了2030年前碳达峰行动方案，也就是这是做好碳达峰、碳中和工作的意见和这个碳达峰行动方案，应该是宣布了中国对碳达峰、碳中和1+N的政策体系。这文件明确规定，实现碳达峰、碳中和是以习近平同志为核心的党中央统筹国内外2个大局做出的重大决策，是着力解决资源环境约束问题，实现中华民族永续发展的必然选择，也是构建人类命运共同体的庄严承诺。同时将碳达峰、碳中和纳入经济社会全局发展全局，要求以能源绿色低碳发展为关键，加快形成节约资源和环境保护的产业结构、生产方式、生活方式，空间格局，坚定不移走生态优先、绿色低碳的高质量发展道路，确保如期实现碳达峰、碳中和。为了贯彻党中央、国务院的文件，国家有关部委也先后出台了一系列的政策，比如说国家发改委和国家能源局也先后发布关于加快推动新型储能发展指导意见、高耗能行业重点领域节能降碳改造实施方案等等。比如生态环境部也先后发布减污降碳协同增效实施方案等等，以及工业信息化部也先后发布工业领域碳达峰实施方案，关于促进钢铁工业高质量发展的指导意见。比如我们的中国的科技部也先后发布科技支撑碳达峰、碳中和实施方案，以及国家高新区绿色发展专项行动方案，也包括住房和城乡建设部与国家联合发布了城乡建设领域碳达峰实施方案等等文件，包括交通部、国务院国有资产管理委员会以及财政部，从财政怎么来支持碳达峰、碳中和，包括国家机关事务管理局以及教育部、银监会、人民银行都先后发布了有关碳达峰、碳中和的这个实施有关政策。第4个，我想简单的说一下各省市自治区关于碳达峰的实施方案。应该说各省市自治区高度重视双碳工作，并制定碳达峰、碳中和行动方案。我这里简要介绍一下有关省市，比如说北京市这个“十四五”发展目标与任务，这个碳减排稳中有升，碳中和慢出坚实步伐，为应对气候变化做出北京示范。2025年可再生能源消费比重达到14.4%以上，2030年达到25%，确保如期实现碳达峰目标。包括上海市，这是我们的发达的城市，也包括经济发展的广东省，以及我们内陆省河北省，也包括内蒙古，他们都制定了这个碳达峰的实施方案。这是时间关系，我不一列举了。第一，我想简单的介绍一下这个碳达峰碳中和这个方案要如期实现，企业应该是关键。这个我们国家的重点的企业关于碳达峰、碳中和的行动。 比如说大家知道中国的国家电网，也包括中国的南方电网，华能集团，也包括这个大唐，也等等吧，这些电力企业，他们都制定了自己的碳达峰、碳中和的实施方案。比如说下边是华电、三峡，包括国电投，因为时间关系，我不详细做介绍。也包括国家能源集团、中国节能、中国能建等等，都有自己的碳达峰实施方案。包括我们的石油企业，包括中石油、中石化、中海油，他们也都各自制定了自己的碳达峰实施方案，一些措施等等。也包括我们的钢铁企业，比如鞍钢、宝钢、中铝、包头钢铁公司，都有他们自己的碳达峰实施方案。也包括我们的汽车制造企业，像广汽、长城汽车等等，他们也都制定了自己的包括我们的互联网企业，比如说阿里巴巴、华为、腾讯等，都各自制定了自己的碳达峰这个实施方案。我的发言就到此结束，谢谢。
Professor Zhang, thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry that we don't have time to go deeper in the very interesting slide that you have there and the many companies to which you were referring. We know that China is aiming to really lead the transformation in energy efficiency and low carbon economy. As you rightly said, towards the carbon peak and carbon neutrality, there are various policies. Many goals has been set. A variety of action plans have been elaborated. But can you give us, if possible, just 2 examples on actions, on real actions that cities have been doing? Would it be on the energy system and on the building sector, on how effectively they are reducing emissions and substantially that can effectively lead to carbon neutrality? Can you just give us a couple of examples of effective actions, not just goals?
我这里举一个简单的例子哈，现在因为要实现碳达峰、碳中和，那么首先要提高中国能源的利用效率。这个在这方面，我们应该说这些有些研究机构，包括协会都提出了，比如说综合智慧能源服务。我们过去这个中国这个编制能源的这些规划都是竖井横向不联系，比如电网、热力，包括供冷等等。目前已经有一些工业园区，还有一些城市，那么他们在研究把这些电、热、冷甚至水，利用智能化、信息化的手段把它融合，也就是说，同时呢，根据用户的需求，我们叫这个跨界融合，那么来提高能源效率，来助力那么中国的碳达峰、碳中和相关的一些工作。
Thank you very much. Thank you. Integrated approach and looking at the demand side in order to respond properly to the needs and effectively improve energy efficiency. Hopefully I will have a couple of minutes at the end so I can ask a last question to all of you. Let's now move to the next presentation. Zhu Xiaoxin, academician of Chinese Academy of Science and honorary president of China Electric Power Research Institute. We believe that we will have a video message.
各位领导、各位专家，今天给大家报告的题目是新型电力系统灵活性和韧性的挑战及应对疏碳。主要的内容呢有4个方面，但是其中第2、第3呢是我们这次报告的重点，那就是新型电力系统运行的性能要求和挑战，这是第2啊。第3呢就是系统运行灵活性和气候韧性的初步研究。那最后当然有个总结，前面呢就是能源转型的战略目标和实施路径。那么习近平主席呢是在2020年9月代表中国宣布应对气候变化的3060双碳目标。2021年3月呢又进一步明确了“745”重点工作任务是要构建清洁、低碳、安全、高效的能源体系，构建以新能源为主体的新型电力系统刚刚结束的2022年10月，中共党的20大报告进一步提出呢，要积极稳妥的推进碳达峰、碳中和，坚持先立后破，而且要提出呢，要深入推进能源革命，加快规划建设新型能源体系确保能源安全。关于我们构建我们国家新型电力系统建设的这个路径我这里呢给它分成5条，但实际上呢和我们这次报告有关系的呢就是第1条和第2条以及第4条第1条呢就是大力开发利用风光、新能源和可再生能源，要在电力系统中形成以新能源为主体的电源结构。第2呢就是要持续推进终端用能的电气化。第4呢就是积极推动煤电灵活性改造及 CCUS 这些技术的发展，要推动煤电的低碳、零碳转型。这个呢是我们做了一个研究，就是双碳目标下我国电力系统发展的一个情景分析这里想说明什么呢？就是说我们未来的电力系统发展要高比例可再生能源，这个电力系统要高到什么程度，是吧？这里边呢，左边这个图呢是装机容量，就是2035年风电光伏装机量超过总装机容量的50%右边的这个图呢是发电量这个图，是吧？我们大家可以看到这个下面的绿色的曲线呢就是发电量这个曲线。那么这个是2045年到2050年之间这风电光伏发电量超过总发电量的50%，是吧？这个量还是很大的关于二氧化碳的这个排放，我们这里呢也在情景分析里面呢也做了，就是说是能源电力系统二氧化碳的排放。那么从20年到60年这40年间，我们把它分成3个阶段第一阶段呢是2020年到30年，就是碳达峰的阶段，是吧？就是在这个期间呢，我们的能源在这之前吧，2030年之前，我们的这个电力系统也好，能源系统都能够达峰，是吧？之后呢，逐渐的下降。所以中间这段呢是2030年到2050年，就是最关键的一个阶段，就是希望能够加速减碳那么如果这个阶段里边这个减碳的不能够做到一个相当一个好的程度的话呢，可能就2050年、2060年实行碳中和就有点困难，所以要加速的减。我们看到这个煤电的碳排放、电力系统碳排放、能源系统碳排放就减得非常快非常快。那么2050年到2060年就是碳中和阶段。这个大家都知道了关于第2部分呢，就是新型电力系统运行，就这么高比例的可再生能源，特别是风电、光伏这个能源，那么它对电力系统，它这个电力系统这个运行有什么要求呢？总的来说呢，这个性能要求有4个方面，一个是灵活性，一个是韧性，还有稳定性、可靠性、经济性，就是5项性，加上经济性呢，就是5项性能的要求挑战呢是这样，就是我们这么高比例的风光新能源电力系统对灵活性调节及应对极端气候严重故障以后呢快速的恢复，这个韧性的需求是吧？ 一个灵活性调节的需求，一个是韧性需求，这个是对未来高比例可再生能源、高比例风光能源的一个重大的挑战，所以也是今天我们报告的主要的内容。实际上呢，就是我们国家在今年的6月14日，都印发了这个国家适应气候变化的战略2035年，这里边特别提到要强化经济社会系统适应气候变化的能力，也就是说增强我国经济社会系统的气候韧性，要推动基础设施与重大工程的气候韧性的建设，特别提到了就是能源工程和电网工程啊，这里边的一些设施啊、基础设施啊，它要怎么样的提高系统的这个对气候变化的气候的非极端天气的情况下，它的一些性能吧，要满足它这个要求，韧性的要求。在这个我们国家还有一个刚刚7月29号发布的，就是“十四五”全国轻质技术建设规划里边也提到了要开展城市韧性电网和智慧电网的建设啊。第3个内容呢，就是我们报告的就是系统运行灵活性和气候韧性的一个初步研究。那么在这个初步研究之前呢，我们给大家介绍一下我们的一些想法啊，就是我们提出一个概念，就是叫综合能源生产单元。这个呢，当时呢还是主要是这样，是探索在能源转型过程中融合既有煤电及二氧化碳投机技术、可再生能源发电及电制氢、制甲烷、甲醇技术啊，构建综合能源生产单元。使呢这个单元呢具有多种能源产品和灵活性调节功能，是吧？特别这里边提到怎么改善这个有利于这个提高这个灵活性调节功能这方面的。那么下面这个图呢就可以看出，一共是这样一个我们初步的当时列的一个提出的一个图呢，就是这样的啊，包括一个是燃煤电厂，还有光伏电站。再呢就是一个燃煤电厂配套的一个二氧化碳普及分离装置，还有呢一个电解水制氢。制完氢以后呢，氢本身作为产品做一些生产，但是它呢，我们希望能够和二氧化碳和电厂排出的二氧化碳给它合成的制成甲醇或者甲烷，是吧？那么这两样产品呢都是可以作为燃料，是吧？另外呢，它也是重要的化工原料。所以这样的话呢，是将来我们期望的是作为煤电低碳无碳转型路径方案的一种选择啊。那么它这个 IEPU 这个第一个方案呢，叫 IEPU 1啊，我们叫啊，它这个灵活性分析呢，我们把24小时的一个优化这个运行的曲线把它画出来啊，就可以看到它的调节能力还是比这个单纯的一个电厂、一个火电厂的调节能力要大的很多。那么一个呢，就是说它是考虑了这个太阳能光伏的这个加入，另外呢，它有一个除了发电以外，还有用电。这个用电呢，就是电解槽，是吧？电解槽它是作为一个负荷，所以总的调节能力呢就比较大了。所以在这个算力里面呢，日内到1天24小时之内 ，IEPU 的最大调节范围由常规煤电机组额定用热70%，那就是提高到138%，这个幅度还是比较高的。那么为了应对这个新型电力系统运行灵活性和韧性的这个需求，特别是对韧性的需求，我们就对前面刚才提的那个 IEPU 1的概念设计呢做了必要的一个补充。那么这个补充呢是这样子，它是和它的主要结构呢和 IEPU 1啊就是一样的。那么它就补充了一个什么？补充了一个燃气轮机发电这个装置，是吧？那么这个装置呢，它除了它的燃料呢，我们希望能用这个本身生产的甲烷啊，生产和储存的甲烷来拿来发电，是吧？这个呢，我们就把刚才 IEPU 2就拿来做一个实例的研究。那么这个实例呢，是这样子，它是我们根据这个情景分析，是吧？双碳目标下，我们电力系统发展情景分析呢，这2050年的发电装机结构不变，是吧？也就是说，他们每一种发电这个比例啊，这个都是一样的，是吧？但是呢，它总容量缩减到原来的1/58，变成一个小型系统，是吧？就不是一个全国的系统，是小型系统。 那么你们看它年末的装机是1.30亿1.3亿千瓦是吧？发电量呢是2625亿千瓦时，所以这个还是比较小的这个系统。但是它风光占比呢，装机占比占71%，它的风光发电量占比呢占57.1%，就是和2050年那个是一样的，还是比较高的一个占比的风光占比比较高的一个系统。那么这个系统里边，它的各类的发电资源、调节资源、调节能力，我们都把它列在这里。因为时间关系啊，我就不说了。这里边特别要重点提一句呢，就是这样。我们这里边有抽水蓄能，有新型储能，是吧？这个系统里边都有的。那么它的调节能力也在这个表里边可以看到啊。那么 IEPU 本身它的调节能力也列出来了。从这里看到，它这个和抽水蓄能加新型储能呢，它是调节能力是-300万千瓦到正300万千瓦，是吧？那么这个 IEPU 呢是-376万千瓦了到500万千瓦。那么这个呢，它的也稍微这个 IEPU 稍微大一点，但实际上这不一样在什么地方呢？就是 IEPU 它是因为它是靠发电是吧？靠这个燃气轮机发电。它的调节的时长呢，取决于燃料存储的能力，你能储存多少燃料，来决定你能够调节过程呢可以比较长，是吧？那么，但是呢，抽水蓄能、新型储能呢，它当然也受它装机容量的限制，但是这个电量呢，这比这个IEPU 的电量要小的很多，是吧？那么这下面举一个例子呢，就是夏季典型日和冬季典型日的情况。IEPU2，就刚才说这个做那个生的，它在日调节里面发挥的作用，我们可以看到啊，这个主要还是我们要看这个晚高峰，是吧？晚高峰这个就是从19点到22点、23点这样一个晚高峰的时候，晚高峰的时候，这个时候它的这个调节的情况呢，包括水电的调节、风电的调节，还有储能放电啊，储能这个发电的一个调节，当然包括 IEPU 的调节，是吧？所以 IEPU 在这个晚高峰的调节过程中呢，它也发挥它的作用，是吧？这个呢，我们看这个刚才看的是正常天气，是正常的典型日啊，正常日的情况。那么下面看一下典型日这个极端天气的场景。这个极端天气场景，我们取的是1个星期的一个曲线，大家看一下，就是说这个是风电和光伏的这个发电的曲线。我们看前3天是正常天气，你看这个光伏啊和风电呢都比较正常了发电，但后3天呢是极端天气，这个时候呢。光伏发电也发的很少，风电发的也很少，这个是电量是非常小的，这个情况。但是这个情况是原因呢，可能就是因为天气的影响或者其他一些因素的影响吧。那么在刚才那个图里边呢，前3天啊，这个它的风光发电量总发电量占总需求的47%，是吧？这个呢是占的比例比较大，接近50%了啊。但是后3天风电光伏大量的这发的很少了，减少了多少了？减少7.8亿千瓦，占总需求的39%。所以缺电缺了多少？缺了大概40%这样子啊。那么这40%的电，你靠谁来补？那这个图啊，我们大家可以看到啊，可以看到这个图的这个情况。那么在这个后3天的极度缺电，这个光伏发电呢减少了这么多，减少了40%这样的总需求啊。那么靠谁来补呢？一个是水电，你看水电这个补的很多。再一个呢就是这个 IEPU 里边的气电，就是一个绿色的气电啊，这个量也不小，是吧？所以后3天这个 IEPU 燃气轮机调风的发电量呢，占3天内。我其他的电源给它补充进来，补充这个缺少风电太阳能的发电缺少，占补充总的电量的17.5%，是吧？这个还是 IEPU 也起很大的作用。好，下面呢我们就把这几个灵活性和气候韧性的讨论呢这个情况呢给大家总结一下。 一个呢是2020到2060年中国电力系统发展的情景分析表明呢，2025年非化石能源装机占发电总装机比重超过50%，到35年风能光伏发电装机占比超过50%。2050年到2060年，风能和光伏发电装机占比在70%左右啊。发电量呢占比呢达到56%到60%之间，这就说就是高比例可再生能源的这个情况。那么当然高比例它跟可再生能源的电力系统，它就有一个运行性能的要求，就是灵活性、韧性、稳定性、可靠性。其中这个灵活性和韧性在我们这个研究里面有特别关注什么呢？是关注在正常和极端天气下，风电、光伏发电渗透率非常高的时候，那么系统调节的需求和能源供应的需求这个问题是很重要的问题。那么第3点呢，就是提高电力系统的气候韧性。我们要建设，就总的来讲要建设集中和分布布局的短期、中期、长期储能，包括跨季节储能系统，特别是绿色氢及其衍生的绿色气体、液体的燃料、甲醇、甲烷、甲醇、氨等长期储能，是吧？也就是说，这里边要提高气候的韧性的话，长期储能是非常非常重要的这是一点。第4点呢，就是 IEPU 提高电力系统灵活性和韧性的作用。IEPU 起什么作用？那么一个呢，就是 IEPU 具有大幅度的正负双向灵活调节的能力，是吧？这个提高系统灵活性还是很好。第2个呢，就是能够实现能量的大规模的时空迁移。这什么意思呢？就是可以把前3天，我们刚才1个星期里边前3天这个过剩的这个能量，是吧？特别是光伏发电那些能量，把它变成了氢气，是吧？制成氢，完了氢再制成甲烷、甲醇，制成甲烷。那么在极端天气的情况下呢，我们就可以把它在这个后三天，我们这个拿来用。但后3天可能不够，但实际上呢，我们这个平常的积累也是这个绿色的燃料和这个氢能它都还是，如果你这个储存这个空间比较大的话呢，它可以储存的比较多了。那么这个时候再提高电力系统极端天气下这个韧性呢是非常有利的。大概就是这么个总结这个研究呢，这今天的报告就到这儿了我们谢谢大家。
Thank you, Professor Zhu, for this presentation. Sorry, it was a recorded one, very rich presentation. I would have had interesting discussion around that, but since you are not with us, we will continue with next one. And it was very technical presentation, a lot of modeling and projections. After we reach the peak, how then you can look at the carbon neutrality projections. I hope China will have the capacity to implement all this in order to fulfill the policy objectives. Let's now move to the next presentation. So Mr. Tarek Mtaira, Director, Department of Energy, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. Tarek, the floor is yours.
Good day and good morning, good afternoon to all of you, and thank you, Arab, for the introduction and for chairing the session. It's my great pleasure to join you at this 17th annual session of the Global Forum on Human Settlement. I would like to use the opportunity of my intervention not to speak just on the perspective from UNIDO, but from the perspective of the Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition seat, which is an independent advisory council to the United Nations Secretary General that was convened for the first time at COP27. And so this is an opportunity to share with you the call of action from the Council. So just to give you a context, the idea of the Council of Engineers is to bring together a diverse and global Council of Engineers and energy system experts to develop global and region-specific recommendations to accelerate the transition to low-carbon energy systems. So on these both at the city level and at the regional level and at the global level. The Council will work with other UN agencies, policymakers, and multilaterals institutions to ensure such recommendations are sustainable, just, and capable of supporting economic development and improved quality of life by providing access to reliable low-carbon energy systems and ensuring that positive effects on people's life and livelihood are created in that process, including through participatory means and the creation of new jobs in the broader clean energy sector and the clean energy transition agenda. So I'm gonna just take a bit of parts of that statement, and I think it's important to reiterate that statement because it's resonate well with our previous speakers, both what Professor Jan mentioned on the role of people and behavior, and Professor Jian Qin on the broader sort of technical solutions. So this is a call of action, both to take into consideration what do we have today in terms of socio-technical systems and their pathways to get us to net zero at different level of action, both at the cities and the government. So I'm reading from the statement: the world needs to move at a rapid pace and expanded scale to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, keep the Paris Agreement targets within reach, and mitigate the detrimental impact of climate change on all aspects of human life and environment. At the heart of the challenge and its solution is the deployment and use of energy systems, which currently produced almost 3/4 of the global greenhouse gas emissions and are the backbone of the transition to a net zero global economy. While clean energy technologies, as we heard before, have expanded rapidly over the last decade, the vast majority, nearly 80% of today's primary energy is still supplied by fossil fuels. So to meaningfully transition to low carbon sources in the limited time remaining to meet the global challenge, the world must quickly deploy a variety of commercially available clean energy technologies, accelerate the development and deployment of emerging technologies, the kind of technologies we just listened to from Professor Xiaojing, and pursue research to develop additional innovative solutions. This must be done while also linking these technical solutions with policies that support a just and affordable energy transition that leaves no one behind. Reports have highlighted that a significant majority of the emission reduction required to reach net zero can be achieved with existing technologies, including both those already commercialized and ones in advanced stage of development. These technologies and new ones must be deployed to support emission reduction and adaptation while also ensuring universal access to clean, affordable, and modern energy services. In this process, the world must find solutions to several technical and non-technical barriers that currently hinder progress and development. Some challenges and opportunities are common across a wide swath of the globe, while others are regional in nature. Example, the relative ability to finance the infrastructure required to accelerate the energy transition and or to ensure energy availability to all. So the finance and availability of cheap finance is a concern for a bigger part of the world that we are trying to influence the energy transition. In turn, solutions must acknowledge these regional differences to ensure reliability and affordability of energy services and to secure public acceptance of needed changes, including by ensuring that people are both protected from any potential negative impacts of the transition to net zero energy system and well placed to benefit from this transition. Nations, regions, and cities will achieve their individual milestone at different pace and adopt a mix of technologies that are situationally appropriate with the long-term aim to create equity across regions and with the contribution to the global net zero goals. And specifically on the key pathways, many clean, efficient, and smart technologies available today can be deployed on a large scale to reduce global emission, while simultaneously support progress toward universal access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy. There are several key tools that communities around the world can use to support pathways toward an affordable and reliable low-carbon energy systems, including the first is to reduce the energy intensity of the economy via policies and measures that leverage technologies, data, and digitalization in order to improve energy efficiency while supporting economic growth. So reduce the energy intensity, and that's we've heard from Professor Jan, through also even design elements that we can rethink how we behave and use energy at the end of the day. The second element is to electrify end users that currently rely on fossil fuel, and I think we have heard this again in the two previous sessions speaking, electrify to the extent that is possible, building heating, cooking, and passenger vehicles while pursuing other decarbonization pathways, carbon management, low carbon fuels for end users that are harder to electrify, such as heavy industry and heavy transport. And thirdly, reducing the greenhouse gas emissions from energy supplies, transitioning to renewable energy, but also we know that there is nuclear and other low carbon primary energy sources across all sectors using multi-sectoral approaches. So these are the key pathways that the Council of Engineers has been looking at and advocating for. And finally, in closing, I wanted to highlight that the Council of Engineers offer and extend a hand to work with all partners to support the kind of knowledge that is relevant for decision making, both at the regional, but also at the local community level, but also at the interregional and global level, in terms of identifying best engineering and technology practices and pathways, leverage global expertise of the Council to enhance regional and global collaboration, and finally work together with other agencies and in-country stakeholders to identify priorities and roadmaps for these pathways at a more practical and operational level to serve countries and cities' needs. So this is an invitation from the Council of Engineers to work together, and also just the call to action. I wanted to bring it to the attention of the forum. And I think I would stop here and pass on back to you. Thank you very much.
Tarek, thank you very much. Thank you for using your two hats as UNIDO and Council of Engineers to inform us. You want us to work together, and this is exactly the first word on the title of this forum today, together for a shared third green urban future. So definitely the call is well received. Let me ask you a question, if you allow me, from both the Council of Engineers and from UNIDO perspective. We heard it from you, and we usually hear it everywhere, that we have the technologies we need. They exist if we want to really move towards a transition quickly. But we have technologies, but they are not implemented in most of the cases. So as an engineer, Council of Engineers, and an experienced person from UNIDO working in most of the countries, what do we need to first implement those technologies and scaling them in order to effectively have this right transition? And then after a brief reply, there is a question from one of the person attending the session. Can you reply to this first one, please?
No, thank you for the question. Indeed, we exactly had the same discussion just yesterday while we were analyzing the similar case on, for example, the deployment of electric mobility, a large-scale project in China that we've been working with for the last 10 years, and we just had exactly the same reflections on what stood in the way of large-scale adoptions. I mean, I think the mistake we have made as engineers and technologists is that we also been trying to push the technology. And that is always a problem if you push a technology in isolation, like a device, just the electric vehicle as it is. And we have to shift the thinking to what you call the socio-technical system. These technologies are embedded in a socio-economic human system, and then we have to transition the whole system. And I think this speaks very well to what Professor Jan was saying, is that you have to trigger behavior change as you bring technology to the table. You have to trigger also change in how economic reward and incentives work around this technology system, and also the broader, if you look at it from a global perspective, also the global role of trade in facilitating the adoption, trade regimes, financial, global finance. Take, for example, global finance. Until now, I mean, if you want to deploy the right kind of infrastructure in developing and least developing countries, particularly the poorer ones, they are penalized in the global finance system because they have to borrow at a higher rate than any other country, and because of their situation. So you have to reform multiple dimensions of the whole system, I think. So I think we need to move from a discrete technology perspective to a socio-technical logic in terms of pushing the change.
Thank you. A more integrated and systemic approach. The question from the one of the speakers just coming up, I know that people are asking, pushing me to go to next one. One of the speakers, Isabel Quimley, is asking you, what do you expect as decreased goals in energy consumption from the strongest consumers?
I mean, if I understand the question, looking at the demand side, I mean, the reduction of energy through energy efficiency and demand side management, we have an opportunity of reducing the demand by 30%. That is a tremendous opportunity. I mean, I think if we're talking about seriously about net zero by 2050, we have, particularly within the role of the energy system, we have been focusing on the supply side, but I think we need a shift of mind to the demand side, end-use sectors, the way we use design products, the way we use products, the way we create circularity in material flows. So we have to shift the thinking. And by shifting the policy regime on the demand side, I think there is at least, we can solve 30 to 40% according to different scenarios, 30 to 40% of the emissions problem. If the question is on where are the low-hanging fruit, where are the, what's called the low-hanging fruit, where are the big ticket items in terms of addressing the emissions, and I think there are a few sectors where we really need to pay attention to, that we can do a lot by just have what's called a mission-oriented target around these sectors. I mean, if we take cement, fertilizers, steel, these structured commodities, if we have a global collaborations to decarbonize these quickly, I mean, because they are the hard ones as well, we can basically tackle 20% of the global emissions around these sectors.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tariq. Let's now move to the next presentation. UK renewed energy expert, academician of the Australian National Academy of Engineering, President, Clean Energy Research Institute, Southern University of Science and Technology in China.
Good. Can you see my screen?
We see you. The screen is still to come, I believe. If you have a
let
PowerPoint.
me just try to share one more time, so make sure you can see. You let me know if you see it or not. Did you see it?
It's coming. Yes, we do see it now. Please go ahead.
Good, good. So I guess I was told I can speak in Chinese, so you guys probably use simultaneous translation here.
As you wish. We do have the translation.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to talk about the green methanol and green ammonia as one of those useful long-term energy storage approach. 好，各位听众，我讲一下关于这个绿色甲醇和氯胺的事情。因为现在关于碳中和呢有很多事，但是其实核心我认为就4件事情：风能、太阳能、电动车和氢能。那么风能、太阳能发展这么多年了，一个最大的进步就是说成本下来了。像中国国内国电投 最便宜的电价在四川甘孜州1度电1毛4分8，而且给当地政府交3分钱的资源税。那么前一段我到华为去给了个演讲，那么华为现在在沙特建1.3 吉瓦的这个太阳能电站。那么这个1.3 吉瓦的电站呢，因为沙特的资本成本低，再加日照时间长，他们甚至可以做到1度电1美分，那就是7分钱人民币1度电。那这个已经远远比火电便宜了。但是风能太阳能再便宜，你比如在我所在的城市深圳，一年大概就太阳能就1200小时，上海左右大概1000小时，即使在内蒙古的包头大概也就是1800小时，我们一年8760小时，对吧？将近7000小时你是没有太阳，所以核心是没风没太阳的时候怎么办？那大家知道今天我们的这个珠三角股电3毛钱，风电1块3，所以我认为现在风能太阳能的研究不是继续在降低这个成本，降低你已经比如说1度电1毛钱了，再降到不了哪儿去了。你核心的问题是要解决没风没太阳是怎么办？如果说是这个没风没太阳的时间，那7000小时你还是要靠火电来发电的话，那这个世界碳中和永远实现不了。那么就要储能。那么储能呢，其实现在用电池呢，给手机啊，电动车啊，或者是这个laptop 这些小型可以，但是大规模储电研究了100年了，现在目前最便宜到吉瓦级的还是抽水储电。所以我经常在想，你这个如果一个技术研究100年还干不过100年前就存在的抽水储电的话，可能要换赛道，这第一。那么第二呢，抽水储电你不是哪儿都能做。那么另外，比如有严重的地方也可以搞压缩空气，但是不管是抽水储电、压缩空气，还是这个电池，你只能储几个小时。那遇上3个礼拜连阴雨，遇上去年夏天整个北半球风很小的时候，你怎么办？所以就说碳中和的核心，你不管风能太阳，风能太阳的总量是足够的，但是在没风没太阳的时候你怎么办？那就要解决不光要有这些短期储能技术，还有一些长期储能技术，这是风能太阳能的事情。那么另外一个就是现在中国我们大量推电动车，电动车并不新，110年前纽约、伦敦、巴黎大街上跑的电动车远远多于燃油车，以爱迪生为代表在推动着这个说是未来汽车电动车，以福特为代表为了燃油车，但是历史告诉我们1920年代以后呢，燃油车碾压电动车，直到最近全世界的整个的电动车的占有比才刚超过1%，中国的占有比例会高一点，但是这个只占了1%。那么这个原因是什么呢？为什么110年前1912年，对吧？这个电动车多，因为铅酸电池早于内燃机发明，这个20多年，1859年发明了，有了铅酸电池，有了电动机，我们高尔夫球场打的车就有了，外边加一个盆子，这就是1912年爱迪生的车。那么后来为什么到了20年代以后呢，燃油车碾压电动车？它的原因是什么呢？我总结2点：第一，能量密度，就说是我们汽车龙船，你重点还问题不大，但是你体积不能过大。这个图就告诉大家，假设你的油箱都是1立方米不同能源的这个能量密度，氢气是最小的，每立方米只有3.2千瓦时，天然气在常压下每立方米10千瓦时，铅酸电池1859年就发明了，只有90千瓦时。人类花了100多年的历史，上万亿的研发经费，到今天最好的锂电池，你的能量密度大概像比亚迪的刀片电池磷酸铁锂大概也就是400亿的样子，它是极端理论值400亿，实际大概现在还不到400。而一会儿我想拿风能和太阳能可制的甲虫的能量密度有多少？是4300，汽油多少了？8600，柴油是9600。所以就说液体是能量密度最高的物质，这是第一个。第二个，液体好于固体和气体的原因就是在路上可以管路输送，海上可以非常便宜的跨海输送。我以前在 ExxonMobil 工作，我们石油公司都知道，我们 transport 就是用数1加仑的液体从世界任何一个码头到另外一个码头，大概就是每加仑2美分。那么当然，如果这样算下来，人民币大概就是每升就4分钱。那么这是我当时离开Exxon 已经将近20年了，所以就是大概算下来，现在也就是每升费用在海上超不过7分钱人民币。 所以就说这也是为什么这个世界上产石油就那么几个地方，世界任何地方都会开车的根本原因。任何地方发生油田的一个管路输到码头，从任何一个码头拉到另外一个码头，只要拉液体，大概每升超不过7分钱，也就是每加仑大概就是2-3个美分，而且可以长期储存，这是第一个原因。那么第二个原因呢，就说是为什么人类的第一条流水线是福特的流水线呢？是因为内燃机你造第一辆很贵，但是造一条流水线下来造100万辆的时候，现在全世界大概内燃机的成本就是$2000多，而电池的每个电动车需要这么多公斤的钴，这么多公斤的锂，这么多公斤的镍，这么多公斤的锰。你造1万辆、10万辆，每辆成本差不多。当中国的电动车接近每年500万辆的时候，记住全中国的汽车产量是2900万辆，那么全世界的钴价格、锂价格、镍价格、锰价格都在飞涨。2个礼拜前我看到碳酸锂的价格涨到60万一吨，那么镍的价格也反到了前一段在新加坡市场是妖镍。那么如果在今天的材料价格下的话，整个电动车和电池产业都是在亏钱的。那么所以我就是电动车虽然是好技术，但是电动车的发展必须要跟4个同步。第一，电动车必须和电网的清洁化同步。你别电网现在67%到69%还是拿煤发，那你表面上电开车，实际是没开车。那我问你是没开车干净，还是拿太阳能治甲虫液体干净？表面是甲虫开，实际上是太阳能开车，这个不用算就可以知道。那么第二就是电动车的发展速度要和材料的供应同步。第三，必须和电池的回收技术要有进步。那么因为电动车的出现这问题，大家提出来这个氢能。2018年5月13号，借着克强总理访问丰田的时候，网上就疯传这张，说未来的汽车是氢燃料电池汽车。那么我呢，其实从03年开始，我就是国际氢能协会的 board member。燃料电池确实好技术，它的好处就是它在80度下氢气和空气中央发电。以前人类使用动力都是靠燃烧1000多度，那你的效率就比我80度要低很多。80度效率就是燃烧的2到3倍，而且降低对石油的依赖，排放水蒸气，而且另外量产的话，它的成本也能下来。尽管它也用这个铂金属，但这些年呢，用的铂金属量越来越少，而且这个回收技术跟汽车的尾气催化剂回收一样，说这是燃料电池的优点。但是其实从这个90年代开始，美国、日本、欧洲也花了大概有几百亿美金在燃料电池上，但是没有一家产业化的原因在哪儿？原因我认为就是回到能源载体。我认为氢气是不适合于做人类共有的能源载体的。我前面讲了，我能源载体的第一个判据是要体积能量密度大，液体每升每立方米它体积密度最大，而氢气是体积能量密度最小的。第二，氢气是元素主体比较最小的分子，最小的分子意味着最容易泄漏。那么泄漏以后漏天问题不大。20多年前我们做过实验，你拿超强的步枪一枪把这个燃料电池的后边打了一条火龙冲上天。但是氢气害怕的就是在封闭空间里边，一旦泄漏，它的爆炸范围是最宽的气体。那么一旦到了爆炸范围，而且它点燃的能量密度又很低，有些人举例子，一根针掉到钢板上产生的火花可以把整个屋子点燃。所以这也是因为这样，这么多年来炼油厂的很多事故是由于氢气的泄漏所产生的。所以我在 ExxonMobil 时候，我们有一句话说 Hydrogen is the devil in the refinery， 氢气是炼油厂的魔鬼，对吧？那么因为氢气的爆炸性，那我加氢站就有一定的占地面积，就要跟居民建筑要有一定的距离。这样北上广深现在每亩地都几个亿了，再加上氢气成本，你现在不可能建那么多加氢站。如果你建到郊外，如果开个车加次氢来回去半小时回来半小时，这个车就没人买了。所以这个问题怎么解决？那么刚才我就提了，对吧？就说是我们风能太阳能便宜了。那么氢能是怎么热起来的？在中国，氢能是前几年中国建了大量的风能太阳能，结果上不了网，气光气分现象非常严重。那么在气光气分的过程中，有些人提出来，那既然气掉了，好不容易电发出来多可惜啊，那我就电点水呗。电点水的时候，你不想采氧没有，把氧排空，把氢气拉到北上广深来开车。这个好像是很美妙的一个画面，但是事实上 你很难做，因为在氢气的长输管线还没有建成之前，靠卡车是很难把内蒙古西部的这个氢气拉到东部的，因为今天拉氢气的大卡车，钢瓶不管是200大气啊，还是350大气啊，钢瓶很重，一个49吨重的卡车只能拉250公斤的氢，其实它能拉350公斤的氢。但是到地方只能限在250公斤，因为那个100公斤必须来回打循环，那这是不可能的。你如果说你把鄂尔多斯电解水的氢拿卡车拉到深圳来，路上耗的这个油钱含的能量比你拉的氢的能量还多，这是不可能的。那么怎么办呢？那我们就想能不能把太阳能和风能转成一个液体？我刚才讲了，一旦转成液体了，那就可以很容易的管路输送。通过罐车或者火车都比较容易输送了，那么这样我们自然就想到了，就说是这个甲虫的这个事，因为生产甲虫就需要2摩尔的氢气加1摩尔的一氧化碳，就是甲虫。那么这个氢气可以电解水来，那么这1摩尔一氧化碳呢，其实最贵的是那个氧，不是碳，因为中国有将近上亿吨的煤制甲虫厂，而今天呢，煤制甲虫在中国成本等热值只是汽油和柴油的1半左右，但是问题是每吨甲虫要放3.5吨的二氧化碳。那如果碳税来了，像欧洲的这个碳税1吨二氧化碳曾经最高到97欧元的话，那你3.5吨将近3000人民币，你每吨甲虫才卖2000多块钱。那么如果碳税一上，所有的煤制甲虫厂全部都倒闭。那么李书福呢，前些年呢，他是为了这个做这个甲虫，对吧？就是这个解决中国石油不够的问题，我们已经做了大量的甲虫车，在贵阳1.7万辆的出租车、公共汽车在贵阳已经开了10年了，没有任何问题。3个月前，它的甲虫和电的混合动力这个帝豪下线，我也受邀去给了个演讲。那么这个车在中国现在卖12万8，但是每年按今天的油价可以省将近6万人民币。同时，我们烧100%的甲虫的重卡也做出来了。那这个重卡是不需要你补贴的，你只要按等热值柴油的价格给我，我就可以赚钱了。不像现在今天的氢能重卡，你每辆要补贴100万，要没有100万的补贴，氢能重卡厂全部倒闭。但是甲虫再好，如果煤制甲虫厂都倒闭了，那这李书福在投资在甲虫汽车上的所有这些技术也就白花了。就在这个时候呢，我就给他提出了这个绿色甲虫。我绿色甲虫，你这个一氧化碳怎么来？要从氧，从氧。煤制甲虫厂最贵的是氧气厂，你要耗大量的电把氮气冷凝成-189度，冷凝成氮气，要从氧出来。为什么要从氧呢？有了氮气以后，第一，气化炉点不着；第二呢，混了大量氮气，后边甲虫合成塔太大太贵。那么最贵的这个甲虫合成厂，煤制甲虫厂里边最贵的就是氧气厂，叫空气分离。那么这个里边，你像每吨甲虫放3.5吨的二氧化碳，其中有2.1吨的二氧化碳是在这个空封制氧的这个过程，放出来，说明这块它既是一个投资很大，同时耗能很大。那现在你想搞氢能和电解水制氢的时候，你不想残氧都没办法，那你就把这个氧气排空了，多可惜。所以电解水出来的氧，我们可以去气化，做煤气化、生物质气化、城市垃圾气化。那气化出来以后，什么叫气化？你要氧气放多了，你就烧成二氧化碳水了，少放一点，对吧？控制放1半的氧在1000多度，最后就可以把所有的碳源，不管是生物质、城市垃圾、水煤浆，都可以转成1摩尔氢气加1摩尔氧化碳，再加0.1摩尔的二氧化碳。那么这边你再有电解水制氢出来，那么就可以把这个碳全部转成这个绿色甲虫。那么这个相比来讲的话，我们就减碳75%。为什么？煤制甲虫4摩尔碳只有1摩尔到甲虫，其他3摩尔都排空了。而绿色甲虫，因为你的氢气和氧气是从绿电来的，那么你的每摩尔碳都进到甲虫里边，说理论上就减碳75%。
Can you conclude, please? Sorry, can you just think concluding, please?
Sure. 所以的话，一旦有了绿色甲虫，那么今后我们就可以用绿色甲虫，不管来开车、发电都很好。那么氯胺也可以用。那么氯胺的问题在什么地方用呢？氯胺就是在地下车库你就不太好用了，一泄漏，它是个大气压跟龙台压力差不多，容易堵死。那么另外就是气味敏感地方不能用，其他露天矿车是可以用的。 所以这样我们就讲，就是今后未来呢，我们就可以用一套绿色甲虫的基础设施，可以供未来的3代汽车。第一代是内燃机，第2代插电式绿色甲虫红的动力。那么第3代未来真正燃料电池如果便宜了，大家可以把甲虫作为氢的液体载体，用到加氢站或者汽车边上制氢。1升甲虫和水可以放出143克的氢，1升液氢冷到零下253度只有72克。这就是为什么科技日报2019年我头版头条登了刘科院士谈甲虫经济与氢燃料电池的一个说。那么今年中国的国家氢能规划出来，中央电视台财经频道对话陈伟鸿请我去做的这方面嘉宾的主要的内容。我认为绿色甲虫和氯胺将来可以作为太阳能分能的载体来做，这样的话，1代绿色甲虫的基础设施可以供未来3代汽车使用。我不认为人类会把已经建成的几万亿美金的液体的基础设施扔掉，再去重新建加氢站和充电桩，既不现实也不科学。因为甲虫改汽油站改甲虫非常容易，在贵阳我们已经改了67座，已经运营了10年时间，没有任何问题。而且每个汽油站改甲虫就先加2个枪嘛，这5年2个枪，今后5年4个枪，几万块就改过来了。这样的话就解决了电动车和氢能汽车机和氮和机的问题，为今后碳中和做准备。我就讲这么多，谢谢大家。
Thank you very much for this very rich and very technical presentation that shows that research is moving, brains are working to find solution for the transition in the future, but there is still a lot to be done, and I hope that you will be able to implement all this. Unfortunately, time is running out. I will not take the luxury of asking you a question, since we still have a final presentation by Marco Lambertini, Director General, WWF International. Can you please play his video?
We're living in extraordinary times, and you could even say that we are living a paradox. On one hand, we have overwhelming evidence of our impact on the planet. Science has never been clearer. The natural world is in crisis. Major Earth systems, entire ecosystems are rapidly heading towards tipping point. Globally, from coral reefs to polar ice sheets and glacier systems, regionally, entire ecoregions like the Amazon or Southeast Asian forests. From seasonal monsoon to the Atlantic Gulf Stream, still systems that are crucial in regulating climate and rainfall patterns at local and global levels are being heavily destabilized. In a business as usual scenario, their state will change and it may take centuries, millennia to recover, maybe never. If this happens, the planet will look and their systems will behave very differently from today. And most life on Earth, including our own species, will face huge challenges in adapting and surviving to extreme conditions and unpredictable patterns. In fact, we are impacting the very systems that in the last 10,000 years have given stability to the biosphere, enabling life and our own civilization to thrive. And as the working group of the IPCC Sixth Assessment Report points out, climate risks are compounded by the scale, reach, and complexity of contemporary urbanization. On the other hand, awareness has never been greater, and not only of the impact we are having on the planet, but also of the consequences this is having and will increasingly have on our lives, our economy, society, our health, our overall well-being. The COVID pandemic has also grown in many of us, most of us, a new awareness of our vulnerabilities, challenging our delusional idea that we can continue to dominate the natural world irresponsibly, take nature for granted, exploit its resources wastefully and unsustainably without consequences. Today we know that there are consequences. Some of them are already here. Loss of lives and economic assets from extreme weather, aggravated poverty from droughts, zoonotic pandemics able to bring the whole world to its knees. This is a huge perception shift, a cultural revolution. Nature loss is not only perceived as a moral or an ecological issue, but also an economic, development, human health issue, and also a justice issue, as the most vulnerable populations are the most affected, and even an intergenerational justice issue, as we are leaving a terribly complicated legacy to our children, their children, and future generations to come. I would like to think that the tension between the state of the planet, ever-growing human pressures, and our awareness and readiness to respond is a sign and also the foundation for a society in transition. A society at its greatest fork in the road, a turning point, and facing its deepest system change challenge around what is perhaps the most existential of all our relationships, the one with nature, our mother, our home, our lifeline. We have already started our transition towards a low carbon economy, not as fast as needed, of course. The disappointing outcomes of COP27 are yet another example. But we are transitioning, inspired by science and an agreed global goal on climate, to become a carbon neutral society by mid-century. That has translated into a clear and measurable global goal of net zero emissions by 2050. This is today our global compass to fight climate change. We need similar clarity for nature biodiversity, the other side of today's ecological crisis. Net zero emissions by 2050 and net positive biodiversity by 2030. And this is why I'm so pleased at the theme of this 17th Global Forum on Human Settlements. Climate and nature, the two interconnected sides of our existential challenge. Carbon neutral and nature positive, the two interdependent global goals for climate and nature. Together, they represent the double compass to guide us towards a safe future for humanity, to shift to a sustainable development model, to support the delivery of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Nature positive, in simple terms, means more nature, more natural forest, more fish in the ocean and river systems, more pollinators in our farmland, more soil biodiversity. And from these examples are immediately apparent the benefits that a nature positive goal will bring to climate, food, water security, and to human economy and well-being. Net zero loss for nature is not enough, simply because we have lost so much nature and biodiversity and weakened the resilience and productivity of many ecosystems, but also because nature can come back if given a chance. To become nature positive, we need to halt and reverse nature loss by first, conserving more of the nature left on the planet. Second, restoring what is possible. And third, managing sustainably the rest. In December, in Montreal, we have the unmissable opportunity to codify nature positive as the global goal for nature under the UN Convention on Biological Diversity and the Global Biodiversity Framework that is expected to be adopted there. This is key to mobilize and align governments, businesses, financial institutions, even consumers, towards contributing to the global goal for nature, inspiring a whole of society approach, and injecting a high degree of accountability at the same time, exactly as we're witnessing for climate. Like the global goal of carbon neutral by 2050 has disrupted the energy sector, propelling investment away from fossil fuel and towards renewable energy, nature positive by 2030 is set to disrupt the other economic sectors that today are drivers of nature loss. The big five: agriculture, fishing, forestry, infrastructure, extractives. Cities can contribute to nature positive goal in powerful ways, directly by hosting more green spaces and biodiversity, which we also know mitigates heat waves and support immensely the physical and mental health of citizens, and indirectly by shifting to procurement and consumption patterns that support nature positive transitions in our production systems, from the energy we buy, the food we eat, and the many commodities we use. Now we have the opportunity and the responsibility to translate this new awareness into action. Transitioning to a carbon neutral and a nature positive society and economy is the only path to a safer and more equitable future for humanity. Finally, understanding that in fact, we depend on nature much more than nature depends on us. I sincerely hope the cities will fulfill their incredible potential to making these goals a reality.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry that we don't have Marco with us. I believe that he should be in Montreal at COP15, and it would have been interesting to ask him a question on how things are going there. Christine, do I have 3-4 minutes, or you want to jump to the next session?
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, it's not for me. I just want to ask one question, which is related to the last sentence of the title of the conference, having carbon neutral and nature positive cities. So nature positive cities. And I would like to ask the same question to the panelists who are still with us, Professor Yan. I know Mr. Zhang left, Tarek and Liu. If you are to give an advice to a mayor of a medium city, not look at the big city without big challenges, what would you recommend him as an action that can really deliver on nature positive cities, something that is realistic, feasible, and that can be scaled up to have nature positive cities? Professor Yan, if you can start. 1 minute each, please.
I don't have any advice for that, but I have mentioned that a very good policy for every city of every size is to upgrade the concern for people doing their daily chores, especially for the people walking, for the people bicycling, for public life. That will in itself be very nature friendly, because that's what we were made for. And that could be a very good thing to be part of a policy for every city. Furthermore, it's very cheap.
Thank you very much. Tarek?
I think, to quickly respond to this, I think every city has fundamental infrastructure that it can always look to that infrastructure to create synergies and opportunities for nature. I mean, I've been traveling quite extensively in developing country cities, and I see, for example, waste management is just being dumped. I mean, basically landfilling. I mean, the simplest opportunity to create net gains is to find ways to close that cycle and create opportunities and business models with the private sector, public-private partnerships to create circularity around waste streams, around heat streams, around industry-urban symbiosis. There's the suite of solutions are immense, and I think it requires will and the mayors and the city government expand the partnership and engage with the citizens and the businesses around solutions, not to see that they have to do the solutions themselves all the time, because I know that cities are constrained with their capital expenditure budgets, with their financing. So create a framework for public-private partnership to create these synergies and closing what I call the loops around critical infrastructure, water, energy, waste. These are low-hanging fruits for cities.
Thank you very much. Mr. Liu.
Well, I don't think there's any easy solution. In today, we have to be practical, right? If you don't like nuclear, you keep some coal. If you don't like coal, you keep some nuclear. Because just solar wind will not be enough. And the energy storage costs are still sky high. So let's better be practical. Of course, different cities, different ways there, but I think, of course, we should try to maximize the solar and the wind. And again, the limiting factor is the energy storage. So you got to have fun turning power to X, turning solar or wind into some green liquid. They use today's liquid infrastructure. Either this liquid is methanol or ammonia or power to X, or in the future, maybe like green ethanol. You got to have to go this way. Otherwise, wind, solar, just the time is small percentage. You only have like, wind, solar is less than 20%. Wind is around 20% time. 80% of time you don't have there. Once you want storage, the price is too high.
Thank you very much. So together with the existing technologies and knowledge and good willingness, together we can make it. I would put it this way, with all the optimism we have heard, and from Jan, from Tariq, from you, from Zhang, and so on. So together we can make it. Thank you very much. And thank you really for your time for this session and for the very informative session we have had, all the knowledge that you shared with us. And I now pass it over to the next session. Thank you again, colleagues, and we remain connected. Christine, back to you.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you, Arif, for leading a very informative and technical session. Also, thanks to our excellent keynote speakers for sharing your insights and your research or some modeling, some projections. Thank you once again. Well, coming up next, we are going to have a high-level dialogue led by Food and Agriculture Organization. So FAO will bring attention to and increase awareness about the importance of urban food systems in achieving the SDGs through their links to socio-economic development and to environmental and climate change related objectives. So I'm therefore pleased to introduce the moderator, Mr. Kostas Spamoulis, Senior Advisor to FAO. Kostas, over to you. Are you there with us? Yes.
Thank you very much, Christine. Good morning or good afternoon to everyone, depending on where you're joining us from. Let me just first say about some of the rules of the game. You know how to manage and handle these kinds of meetings by now. If you have any questions, please post them, and we're going to collect them and have a question and answer session. As Christine said, I'm a senior advisor at FAO. I was with FAO for 30 years in different positions until my retirement. On behalf of FAO, I would like to welcome everyone to this high-level dialogue on sustainable urban food systems for SDG acceleration. We are grateful to the Global Forum of Human Settlements for giving us this opportunity to contribute to the deliberations with a very important issue, which is actually catching on like a wildfire, both in the organization, but also, I think, in the discourse related to the Sustainable Development Goals. I am extremely honored to be here, but also that I was picked as a moderator for this extremely important, distinguished panel, but also the participants of this meeting. Our main objective is to bring attention and increase awareness on the importance of urban food systems in achieving the SDGs through the links of those systems to socioeconomic development and environmental and climate change targets. To do so, we asked our speakers and panelists to share some of the most pressing challenges that urban food systems face in broadening access to healthy diets and reducing environmental and climate change footprint, or as we call it, foodprint. The panel will also give some concrete examples of successful and innovative practices, approaches, and policy solutions aimed at strengthening the urban food system's contribution to sustainable food system transformation, to the overall transformation. We know that food systems are a major generator of a lot of environmental ills, but also the entry point for correcting a large part of our environmental and climate change ills. So we're also going to have some forward-looking reflections. So where do we go from here in transforming urban food systems towards SDG acceleration? However, before we hear from our distinguished panelists, we asked the chief economist of FAO, Máximo Torero, to help us set the scene by sharing with us latest updates on urbanization trends and urban food system challenges and transformation. Without further delay, I will ask our colleagues on the Global Forum to play Mr. Torero's video message. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, welcome to the 17th annual session of the Global Forum on Human Settlements. Given their sheer size, transformation of urban systems towards sustainability has the potential to generate numerous interconnected socioeconomic and environmental benefits. Cities and well-managed urban food systems have an important role in climate change mitigation and adaptation and addressing global hunger. Therefore, urban food systems will be indispensable for accelerating the achievements of the Sustainable Development Goals in the Paris Agreement on climate change. Currently, however, in the words of the United Secretary General, regrettably, the world is tremendously off track to meet SDGs, including the agri-food system-related ones. Let me bring a corporate report that we just published, The Future of Food and Agriculture, which looks at drivers and triggers of transformation and which helps to enrich our strategic thinking. This report states that their medium and long-term future of agri-food systems cannot be predicted, is complex, is under risk and uncertainties. And in this context, there are 18 drivers of the agri-food systems, and they bring together, for instance, population dynamics, economic growth and macroeconomic stability, science and innovation, poverty, inequality, climate change, and natural resources, just to mention some of them. But let me focus in the key ones that are affecting this transformation that we're discussing today. The first one is urbanization trends and urban food systems challenges for this transformation. The core element here is first, population dynamics. Trends such as increasing population and urbanization and macroeconomic instability, poverty and inequalities, competition over natural resources has created an impact over the environmental systems. Population dynamics in particular present interconnected implications for agri-food systems because demographic growth and structural change, urbanization and food demand are closely linked, which change the consumer patterns. Sustainable cities are central to achieving the SDGs because if current trends continue by 2050, cities will contain approximately 70% of the world population and produce 85% of the global economic output. Over 90% of the population increase will occur on low-income countries, especially in Africa and Asia. Africa's urban population increases to 454 million in 2019, from 58 million in 1970. Such demographic dynamics and rapid urbanization will change the way we do things, will change the way sustainability, health, production, natural resources will be managed together in these agri-food systems. At the same time, by 2050, South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa will become the regions with the highest proportion of rural people, both within more than 40% of the population living in rural areas, which means that there is certainly scope for rural development focus as well. This, as I mentioned before, will affect our consumption patterns. At present, 70% of all food produced globally is already for consumption in urban areas, even in countries with large rural populations. Cities are among the main contributors to greenhouse gas emissions, and food consumption has been found to be one of the main drivers of emissions, contributing to 13% of total emissions produced in the largest cities in 2017. Considering the urbanization trend, as urban food consumption increases, so does the weight of post-harvest farm-to-fork activities along longer value chains, thus increasing food system footprint and climate change. We know that most of the processing, the packaging, happens in peri-urban areas, what we call intermediate cities, and that, of course, is linked to bigger cities. Regarding food consumption trends, we observed that between 2000 and 2020, minimum dietary requirements have been growing even faster than population because of changes in demographic structure. During the same period of time, food consumption has been growing faster than dietary requirements. Despite this rapid growth of consumption, and because of the high level of inequality prevailing in all regions, almost 10% of the world population was undernourished in 2021, while 11.7% of the global population, around 920 million people, was severely food insecure in 2020, and 3.1 billion people could not afford the minimum cost healthy diet. In low and lower middle-income countries, undernourishment is high in urban areas, creating a double burden, not only of undernourishment, but also overnutrition, obesity. And this creates significant challenges and non-communicable diseases for the future. Now, how urbanization changes dietary patterns? Urban diets tend to rely on increasingly narrow base of staple grains, as well as on greater consumption of animal source foods, oil, salt, sugar, and processed foods. Obesity and overweight prevalence are found among both the richer and the poorer urban dwellers, and the latter consume inexpensive processed foods, high in calories and low nutritional value, while the others consume expensive processed foods too. Although healthy diets are more affordable in urban areas because of higher incomes and despite often higher food prices, the urban poor, such as slum dwellers, frequently lack physical and economic access to healthy diets. Traditional and informal markets and food stalls coexist in urban areas with supermarkets, which have expanded rapidly around the world over the last century, and more recently in low-income countries. Low-income consumers are buying food in supermarkets attracted by cheap, time-saving processed foods. The main consequence of all this include the possible exclusion of smallholders from the dynamic markets in metropolitan cities. And we know there is a huge amount of literature led by Tom Riordan and other colleagues looking at the consequences of this process of the supermarket value chains. And this creates a greater availability, access, consumption of ultra-processed food through these value chains, which, as we know, will create harm to health and will have the implications of non-communicable diseases. Moreover, urban expansion is typically advancing in expense of agricultural land, forests, and biodiversity. These, among others, are the reasons why urbanization transforms our agri-food systems. A detailed analysis reveals that only on the food category for which urban households consume less than their demographic share is cereals and roots. This is staple food. Urban households spend much more on food per person than rural households. This reflects the fact that the share of urban households' consumption is always higher than the demographic share of total population, probably as a result of their higher levels of incomes, as I mentioned before. The larger share of urban consumption in total food consumption means that shifts in urban diets and urban demand for food have the potential to transform the agri-food system. This implies that provided urban populations consume locally produced foods, the demand of food can be a major source of demand for local agriculture. But here is where we need to be careful and keep the balance. We need, on one side, to be able to supply what the cities need and the new demands. But we need to be sure also on the other side that the demand is more related to healthy foods. So the combination of this supply and demand is the balance that we want. Local procurement can help to develop the local agri-food system. But also we need to think on the comparative advantage so that we use our natural resources in the most efficient way. And that's where trade, global and interregional trade would also play a role. So urbanization does not only increase overall demand of food, but it also changes the composition of the demand. And we need to work together so that that demand and supply matches, both locally, regionally, and internationally and globally. Now, when we look at the urbanization, we need also to look at the rural-urban linkages. The rural-urban contrast no longer appears to be an adequate axis. On the contrary, seems to be a continuum from the very rural, intermediate cities and to the big cities. The relationship between urban and rural areas has changed. The borders between the two are increasingly blurred and becoming more interdependent. Even the definition of what is rural depends on country by country. But the important thing is that the value chains now move across the rural-urban continuum, from the production to the processing, to the packaging, to the commercialization in the different value chains. For example, in 2018, 15% of the world population resided in urban areas and 85% living in or within 3 hours of urban center at least 50,000 inhabitants. This is what we call the intermediate cities. Agri-food systems thus should no longer be considered from the rural perspective only. Urbanization, rural-urban areas should be seen as an integrated entity, a continuum. A considerable part of the activities conducted in agricultural value chains are set within close to towns in peri-urban areas for a very simple reason. You need energy. You need access to the local markets, to the urban markets. Progress in transportation, infrastructure, and communications facilitate this rural-urban continuum and the links between food production and consumption patterns. Towns and small intermediate cities could become hubs for downstream agri-food systems activities, provided policy and public investment catalyzes the establishment of agro-industrial zones and adoption of productive enhancing innovations. For example, intermediate cities already play an important role in providing basic facilities and services to the rural areas. They could even play a greater role in food systems by hosting farmer markets, agro-processing units, packaging plants, agro-processing plants, and other food and agriculture-related facilities. As a spatial integration between urban areas and surrounding peri-urban and rural areas increases, urban food consumption patterns and food systems transformation will increasingly shape what is produced and how it is produced, processed, distributed, and disposed of, which in turn points to a food governance system which goes beyond administrative limits to include territories, including cities and surrounding catchment areas. The result is increasing complexity in managing the urban and territorial food system, especially as the trade-offs between sustainability targets multiply. But it's really important that we also start thinking in those trade-offs, and we need to start measuring them, and we need to find ways and pathways through which we can minimize them. This means that whoever is concerned with the future of the agri-food in agriculture, agri-food systems, and the urbanization, we need to look at this rural-urban continuum as an integrated whole. Agri-food system transformation and people-centered urban development are fundamental prerequisites for wider sustainable development and for ultimate achievement of the 2030 Agenda. FAO, for example, through its Green Cities Initiative, in particular, its Urban Food Agenda, and with the support of the Office of Sustainable Development Goals, works to support sustainable urban agri-food system transformation as a fundamental prerequisite for wider sustainable development transformation. FAO promotes resilient, integrated, sustainable, and inclusive food systems able to ensure that all people in all places are free from hunger and all forms of malnutrition, both under and overnutrition. We support healthy urban environment which is able to contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation and sustainable resource management and the strengthening of the urban-rural linkages. In addition, considering the challenges of evidence-based policy making in terms of lack of data, subnational level, the FAO hand-in-hand initiative, for example, through its geospatial platform and the annual state of food insecurity in the world, we aim as FAO to increasingly enable availability of geospatial data below national level. We are working on access to healthy diets, and our goal is not only to achieve SDG 2 in terms of calories, we want to achieve SDG 2 in terms of access to healthy diets. And that requires for us to take into account this rural-urban continuum. It requires us to take into account the demand side of the urban populations, their consumption patterns, change their behavior towards consumption of healthy diets, and have the capacity of the production side in this rural-urban continuum to respond to those demands so that we can reduce chronic undernourishment and also at the same time reduce overweight and obesity. We are looking for a better world, a more effective and efficient, a world where we can produce more with less, but satisfy these drivers that are changing the way we consume and what we consume and how we produce. And we need to produce in a sustainable environment for tomorrow. Thank you very much, and it was a pleasure to be with you, and I hope you have a fruitful discussion today. Thank you.
Back to our virtual connection. First of all, of course, if we could applaud, if we were in a physical meeting, we would all be applauding big time, because Maximo gave a really tour de force into some of these issues, key issues which deal with urban food systems and the challenges we face. You know, everybody has a little passion, and I have when you talk about urban food systems, I will pick something from what Maximo said and just put it in front of you. No? I like to talk about three continuums, not three. The first continuum is the links between the components of the food system, from production to the final consumer. those based on technology, demographics, etc., they link more together. That's one continuum. The second continuum is what Maximo said, the sharp distinctions between rural and urban, with, of course, variations among the regions and places and countries, is disappearing. Now that we have progressed with the geolocation of households and individuals, we know some updated data, they show that 90% of world population lives within 1 hour of a city of 20,000 people or more, which is key. The catchment areas of cities increase. And so anything we do in an urban space have ripple effects throughout the food system. And finally, the distinction between rural settlements that we had one time and mega cities is not valid. The host of small, medium level cities and rural towns is increasing. And that's the most dynamic and prospective part of the demographic change. That is where populations will be located. So as Maximo said, there is a lot of things that those small cities and towns hold in terms of food systems function. However, you're not here today to listen to my monologues, but to listen to our panelists, right? What's more important than what do I say. In this context, let me say with regret that we were informed yesterday by the Office of Vice Mayor of Nairobi that he won't be able to attend for urgent tasks that he has to attend to, that he won't be here with us. So that's unfortunate, but it gives more time to the rest of the panelists. Let me now turn to the rest of the panel. You will see their bios on the chat box as I introduce them. You can have more details about their activities. They're a diverse group and will provide us with global, regional, and country perspectives on food system transformation. I want to thank all of them again for accepting our invitation to share their views and experience. I will first go to Professor Roberta Sonnino, who is Professor of Sustainable Food Systems at the University of Surrey. And Roberta and I know each other for a while. Roberta has been played an important role in helping us shape what we call today the FAO framework on the urban food agenda, which is still the guiding framework for FAO's work on urban food system transformation. So Roberta, your work focuses on urban food systems, food system transformation, food security policy, and urban-rural linkages, a wide array of issues. From a global perspective, can you give us an idea on what cities are doing to improve their urban food consumption and improve and sustainability? And importantly, what are the obstacles they face? Thank you, Sonnino.
Thank you.
You have the floor. Roberta, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Kostas. Hello, everyone. I think we heard a lot about the obstacles from Maximo at the start of this session that cities are facing, and I'll come back to this towards the end of my remarks. But it's important, I think, to understand and realize that cities are doing a lot, both in the global north and in the global south, to improve food consumption in urban areas, and at the same time, in many cases, mitigate its environmental implications. For the sake of time, I'm going to mention two key policy instruments that have been utilized to this effect. First of all, public food procurement. Of course, the city governments are using the power of purchase to foster healthier diets in public canteens. I'm thinking about the case of Belo Horizonte in Brazil, or in other cases, connect healthier diets with obviously decarbonization targets. And this is often the case in Nordic countries. I'm thinking about the city of Copenhagen and its sterling work to try to introduce more environmentally friendly ingredients and reduce meat consumption. The second main instruments cities resort to are what we might term food-sensitive planning frameworks, which, for example, are creating space for the cultivation of urban and peri-urban land, to diversify, obviously, the urban diets. I'm thinking about the flagship program of the city of Rosario in Argentina, or I'm thinking about the use of zoning and regulations, which is the case in many North American cities, to try and prevent what Maximo was alluding to in his initial remarks, the excessive concentration of unhealthy food in the urban environment. Now, there's a huge diversity, but I would say that we could identify some shared features of this type of urban food policies. First of all, and I'll go back to the point you made, Kostas, in many cases, these initiatives are part of a conscious effort to shorten and simplify supply chains. So we are indeed witnessing the emergence of new functional units, we might call them, new, more integrated territorial entities that are giving tangible meaning to the concept of city-region food systems, a concept that FAO has done a lot of work on. The second shared feature is that food consumption is almost never addressed in isolation from other food policy priorities. So the initiatives I mentioned tend to be enshrined within systemic, integrated urban food strategies that are really extolling, at least in theory, the cross-sectoral nature of food or its capacity to expose the codependency of the Sustainable Development Goals. But this is not to say, unfortunately, that city policies and strategies are transforming food systems. In my view, the urban foodscape is still quite fragmented. We do see a patchwork of fragmented initiatives. And contrary to the continuum that Kostas mentioned in his remarks, I think the key obstacle here is the fractured nature of food systems. Food systems are fractured along the vertical governance scale, local, global. They're fractured across the horizontal, sectoral, and territorial governance scale. And this really is stymieing coherent and sustained policy action in many different ways. Again, I want to try and be as brief as possible. I'll mention one key obstacle that was referred to by Maximo before me, the lack of data, the lack of an evidence base for urban food policy making. Because data and statistics that are collected at the global and national level, unfortunately, are seldom disaggregated. And this means that cities do not have context-specific data and information that could help them to identify specific policy priorities. This is bringing into the conversation for me, and I'm going to end on this point, the role of national governments, not just as key potential funders of new science policy society interface mechanisms that could help us building capacity, collecting data, but also we need to think about the role of national governments in addressing the fractures I mentioned through, for example, more sensitive trade agreements, targeted tax, price, and advertising policies combined with the setting of clear decarbonization targets, which also fall under the responsibility of national governments, to create opportunities for private sector actors who don't operate on the basis of market considerations only. And the role of national governments also in terms of investing in infrastructure, the infrastructure of the food system, which we are losing in many areas of the world. The national governments have the mandate, they have the resources to create well-connected city-region food systems that can facilitate and sustain interactions between food system actors across jurisdictions and across set boundaries. So I'll finish on this point. Food system transformation is a multi-scalar process. City governments have been doing a lot. They've been changing the political culture around food, but they cannot do it all alone.
Roberta, thank you very much for putting a sense also among all these important things on how the integration in terms of management of the food system. So the elements for a multi-scalar management are there. They should be, like the needs are there, but the practice is different. So before we start talking about the continuums, that is the links that already exist, we should also talk about the types of policy and governance frameworks that actually make those things work. Maybe some of these things work despite and behind the back of formal actors, right? Is the private sector, the small farmers, the small processors, etc., that make some of those things tick. But unless you have a policy that facilitates all this, I think we're going not very far. So put a little break on my enthusiasm regarding the continuums, but I think that's a touch of reality that we need as we chart the way forward. I spoke too much again. But it's my pleasure to go to our next speaker, which is Andrea Magarini, Food Policy Director in the city of Milan. And most of us that have an interest in some activity regarding urban food systems, we know Andrea and his work, and we of course know the incredible steps that the city of Milan has taken in its own space and territory, but also in connecting cities around the world, the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact that joined cities around the world around food issues. But let's first talk about the city of Milan, Andrea. You are the director of the Food Policy Department of the city of Milan. So you're a participant of some of those achievements, and you have a 60-degree overview of what the city is able to achieve and also the means and the practices to achieve them. So just tell us then about the city of Milan's major achievements and how did you manage to do it? Do you have a fragmented system? Do you have national support? In any case, I leave this to you. Andrea, you have the floor. It's a great pleasure to have you here.
Thank you indeed, Costa, and thank you also to the friend of FAO and to the other panelists that again we are working a lot together in this field of action. Yeah, so is a very good questions, and also let me start by sharing how we try to work betterly with our colleagues within a municipality in order to overlap the fragmentation and so on. So when we start in 2014 and 15, so about 7 years ago, we start by a big research of our food system and of our effort on the food system by engaging all the other departments and try to see what all the departments are doing in the field of food system. And at that moment, in 2014, we define 61 activities that are organizing by all the departments on the topic of food systems, some from agriculture, school canteens, food aid, and so on. And also 22 activities that were implemented by our municipal agencies. Also together with all of our partners by trying to see the different effort. Our municipality, through a strong political commitment, decided to define a small office that I was the pleasure to lead at that moment, that tried to support all of them to work better together in the field of define new activities and define a new governance structure of our efforts. And so we started defining project, apply to grant, reorient our local budget, try to have a new partnership with some local partners. And after 7 years now, we have about 249 local partners engaged that are working with all of our departments. So now we change our structure. Now we are a department with 5 different units, different budget that now we have. So the food policy budgeting is, I think, one of the next frontier, next generation of activities that we need to do, that we need to see in our municipal budget, and how these budgets are for managing public food services like school canteens, or to implement infrastructure. And in this infrastructure, how are the impact of this infrastructure, how they are connected to local partners, to other actors of our local food system. And by doing this, we can work in a better integration, a better cohesive food system. For having this kind of approach, we need to have a very strong political commitment from the mayor, from the vice mayor, if we have vice mayor, from the deputies. And so they need to be engaged. We need to have an accountability to our city council with the approach that we are doing. And by doing this, we are entering in the deep state, as in some countries are doing, but in the deep administrative structure of our municipalities. And by doing this, we need to enter in the municipal planning tools, the municipal planning instruments, because by doing this, we can become really a part of a municipality, not in a fragmented way, but try to interconnect school canteens with agriculture, food aid to school canteens, the fighting against food waste, to all the activities of becoming more efficient as a food system as a whole. And as Roberta mentioned, the topic of data. We need data, we need a lot of data. During the pandemic, all of us are doing incredible effort against food aid. And with the Milan Pact, with C40, we are known now that there are cities like Milan, like Boston, New York, Seattle, London, Melbourne, Seoul, that have a lot of new data, fresh data on the topic of food poverty in our cities. And with this data, we need to do innovative effort, try to have an intentionality to the neighborhood we more affected to those problems. And with this approach, we can reshape the food system environment, the food environment. So are different topics in which we are working. In Milan, again, we are trying to work also with our government. In this afternoon, or if not this afternoon, next Monday, our city council will approve a new investment for having a new infrastructure of 22 million euros, in which half is paid by government and the other half is paid directly from the municipal budget, for establishing a new cooking center for the school canteens and a new logistic center for the school canteens. So our food infrastructure are moving, are shaping our opportunities, and we need to have, as Hugh Cosas mentioned, 360% of overview of our activities. And if we can doing this, we can doing a lot of impact. We need to monitor our impact and to try to reshape our food infrastructure for a better food system for us as citizens and for the future, because if we invest now, we can see the results after 10 or 20 years, but we need to maintain this kind of intentionality from the past, from the present, and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I think you showed the way on some of the concerns that Roberta expressed, at least how the different food activities are coordinated. You have a mechanism to make sure that they don't work at cross purposes. And there are a lot that they have food components in the activity. So you have then you are part of the, as you say, municipal planning tool that is part of the plan of the municipality. So you have the connection, so that there is a connection within the food system in Milan with all the activities, with the city, like part of the city planning, which is a dream world for me and for Roberta and for others here. And then you have the links to the government, right? You do resource mobilization on behalf of food programs, et cetera, et cetera. This is very important. I just have one short question, if you have 1 minute. What about your links, not with other cities? I'm going to ask you about the Milan Pact afterwards, but other actors outside the city. I don't know, farmers' organizations or other things to support the canteens. Is this the catchment area of the city? Do you have, if you can spend 1 minute to talk about this, I think we'll complete something about the city of Milan.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we established in 2012 a set of agricultural districts that engage 188 farmers. And with all of these farmers, we have a room of cooperation. We do a deal and we have a meeting space each month in which we are organizing our action plans, are proposing short supply chains, organizing effort during the drought last summer, exploiting more water for agriculture and so on. And it's very important, is a set of space that we need to have also in other field of action. We are doing, again, the same approach also with food aid by engaging all the about 200 of charities, NGOs, church, associations that are working on supporting people in needs. And in this way, the municipality are working as coordinator and to try to exploit some driver for them. We are now launching a new grant for improving the small infrastructure of the different charities that are moving their food aid to people in needs. Yeah, but we need to have space of cooperation, formalize. We implement some community of practices in which each time per year we are meeting with all of these communities and we are trying to propose our goals to them and to know from them their activities. And together we are changing and we are becoming a more cohesive food system. So the answer is yes, we need to do this. And there are some tricky to doing this. Within the report of the FAO, there are a lot of energy on this, within the report of the Milan Pact and so on. But we need to engage our local partners and to working with them with an intentionality to the goal that we want to achieve together. You are mute.
Let me, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me go to our next speaker, who is Shulang Fei, who is research scientist, the Institute of Urban Agriculture, Chinese Academy of Agricultural Science. Welcome, Shulang. I had the pleasure of meeting Shulang a few days ago as we were coordinating. I looked at her work on the web, and it's really extremely rich on all sorts of aspects on urban food stuff. Thank you very much for joining. You are in the Chinese megacity, right? Chengdu. And if it's a Chinese megacity, imagine what is it for other small countries, a super megacity. The issue is urban and peri-urban agriculture. And there is quite a bit of discussion with the FAO. There are some very important initiatives on urban agriculture. Some of the players are among the audience, and I'm sure they will be very interested to hear what you have to say. Could you tell us then what are the benefits and shortcomings of urban and peri-urban agriculture in trying to improve diets and the footprint, as we call it, the urban footprint, and how important do you think the urban agriculture is for the future of urban food systems? Thank you.
Thank you, Kostas, and thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity to share what we have been observing in China and specifically in Chengdu, because our institute is located in Chengdu and it is really super mega city in China. And so briefly introduce Chengdu, it's a mega city with more than 20 million inhabitants, 20 million, yes. And also it's a national level central city. So meaning it's a better, kind of better developed city in its region and a leading city in the metropolitan area. So we think it's very important to have a well-developed city region food systems for not only Chengdu, but also the entire region. And in terms of how the city is serving for the residents' healthy diets, from overview, from a general food system perspective, we have done some preliminary mapping for Chengdu. For the city, and we found the food supply systems in the city is relatively complete, although complex. From the production side, mainly urban and peri-urban agriculture, which I will go into further later, and also the wholesaling systems in which two large-scale markets serving as a key regional food distribution hubs are located in Chengdu, and there is also a series of more localized and specialized markets across the city serving for the wholesaling. And also on the retailing side, there are more than thousands of farmer markets, fresh food supermarkets, and neighborhood grocery stores for residents' direct food access. And also, as you may know, online food shopping is also a very popular way for consumers to access their food. So that's also a very general trend for food consumption and supply. And in terms of the urban and peri-urban agriculture, which is normally considered as contributors of short supply chains and also local food system resilience, in Chengdu, it is quite an important component for food supply. And so we think it from 4 dimensions, basically, in terms of its contributions to the city development. And the first is definitely the food supply, because Chengdu is a big city with not only high populated inter-urban areas, but also a large area for agriculture and around the inter-urban areas. And statistically, there is calculation on the production of staple food, vegetables, fruit of the urban and peri-urban agriculture in Chengdu, and it shows they could pretty much cover the consumption needs in the city, although this doesn't necessarily refer to where exactly the food consumed by the city is from. And so this, in a way, provide a kind of guarantee mechanism in case of emergencies and disruptions of food import of the city. And the second dimension is the economic, which I refer to the development of industry in agriculture. So we think because of the geographical location of urban and peri-urban agriculture in between urban and rural, which is really close to the city's resources. So we think urban agriculture is a key driver for technology innovation and further to facilitate the agriculture modernization, which is a main goal in China's agriculture development. And the third dimension comes to the environmental contribution. So on the one hand, the increasing demands on healthier food consumption in cities will drive the transformation in UPA, urban agriculture production systems to kind of reduce the use of chemicals in the peri-urban farmlands. And on the other side, the intra-urban urban agriculture practices which make the use of wastewater and organic waste in the cities could further contribute to the resource recycling in the city systems. And the last dimension goes to the social aspect, because urban agriculture, from our understanding, is definitely not just food production, but can be integrated with so many other industries form, and in a way form new industry patterns and also consumption scenarios. For example, we can combine agriculture with tourism, recreation, experience, health and education, etc. So on one hand, this can serve the city dwellers needs nowadays within reachable distance, and also these kind of newly emerged industry patterns, as well as the more developed and modernized agriculture in production itself, can improve the income and employment for the peri-urban and even rural producers and practitioners. So that's the main contributions we think of urban agriculture for the cities. And there are also challenges, of course. One is we think from our research observations, we think there is a lack of concrete evaluation systems for urban agriculture for its contributions to the city. And we are still using kind of traditional systems to classify it into the first, second, third industry classification, rather than to combine all together and to really recognize the multifunctions of urban agriculture. And this can be an obstacle to further develop these kind of industries. And also other challenges, including the land use conflict and etc. So I think that's my answer to that.
Thank you, Shulan. Let me ask you a question that there is an active chat box, from what I understand. But let me ask a question concerning urban agriculture. In the discussion we had in preparing for this event, you talked about dedicated space, which is mandated by the central government, and maybe I'm wrong, and please correct me, for urban agriculture. So there is a protected area that has to be devoted to urban agriculture. And if the city sprawls, right, and property values increase, et cetera, this space is protected. Is that the case? Or there are other links with the national government which you consider extremely important for the growth of urban agriculture in Chengdu?
Yeah, because agriculture, urban and peri-urban agriculture is considered very important for the city development. So it's in fact integrated into the overall development planning of the city. For example, in the 14th five-year period development plan, we have a lot of actions that support how we do urban and peri-urban agriculture. And to give more details on that, maybe we have a kind of a strategy framework for urban agriculture, and to translate it into English, it's like one system plus two pillars structure. And the one system meaning the industrial system, and we have identified the 4+6 industry for urban and peri-urban development, and the four refer to for basic production industries like staple food, the livestock, vegetable and fruit, and the 6 meaning the some supporting industries, including like breeding, digital agriculture, smart infrastructure and cold chain, leisure and agricultural expo. And the two pillars here. One is the development of agricultural zones, which is kind of innovative organization, how we gather resources in different dimensions to support particular industry for urban agriculture. And the second pillar goes to the promotion in agricultural science and technology innovation, and there's a lot of supporting policies in R&D in urban agriculture. And for example, our institute is from the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and now in the collaboration of CAS, of the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and the Chengdu municipal government, now we are also having another center called the Chengdu Agricultural Science and Technology Center, and which we are also in that. So to promote more and more innovations in this field. So there's quite a lot of support on that.
Thank you, Vix, very much. I'm sure that the city of Milan is green with envy because you have a competitor in China on planning urban food systems. Thank you, Shulang. Extremely interesting. As I said, we don't have the fourth panelist, but and we have a little bit of time, so I'm just going to pick and choose some questions for the panelists based on what has been said or what they said. Roberta, can you? There were several issues that could be addressed from what you said, and it could be followed up. But I'm interested in the whole issue of supply chains, territorial entities, etc. And we always praise the short supply chains. We say short supply chains are less vulnerable to shocks. That's what happened during COVID. They have a smaller environmental footprint, etc. Can you, especially on the environmental footprint, right? Can we elaborate a little bit on that? Is it something that every let's say city catchment area should strive for, or there are alternatives that are actually, they combine better socioeconomic and environmental objectives? Sorry for bringing you on the spot, but that you raised it.
Thanks, Kostas. I think obviously when we talk about cities, we are implying an enormous geographical diversity. And there are many studies showing that from a carbon perspective, it may be safer, environmentally speaking, it may be better importing food from another countries than, for example, growing tomatoes locally using greenhouses. So I think there are indications that are emerging from the urban world about how the food system should be organized as local as possible. But for some cities, that's not going to be very local. And there are cities for which it won't be local at all. So I would say the one really interesting data that emerges from the literature is that there is a concerted effort, as I said, to shorten supply chains. So cities are invariably trying to shorten the supply chain. And they're always doing it with what I would call a quite cosmopolitan, almost type of attitude. So we're not witnessing defensive localization tendencies. They are not shortening supply chains at the expenses of other cities or surrounding rural areas. It's part of the mix. And I would say, answering your question, it is definitely an important strategy, but it's not the only one, and it doesn't work for all cities.
interesting interesting response by Andrea in the chat regarding this catchment areas and where do they the distance through which they buy food or where they buy organic food. So the city has set some I don't know, limits or rules about that. Andrea, you want to spend half a minute talking about this, and then I would like you to spend another minute talking about the power of city networks in changing the picture, right? And improving the governance of systems. How do you feel? You have the floor, Andrea.
No, about the scale is very important to have a geography of your food system before you need to represent. So to have a geography, a concrete geography, so a map with your city, your infrastructure, your agricultural surface, your farmers, and so on. And we are trying to have a dual scale, one for working directly, knowing each other. In the afternoon, I will be with some farmers speaking about water and so on. So with local farmers, we are working directly. In some cases, we are also own the land and the farm that we are renting to them. And on the other hand, when we speak about procurement, so we are buying about 10,000 of tons of food per year for our school canteens. And in this way, we have a premiality for the tender, premiality for local agriculture, premiality for 0 kilometer, premiality for organic. And in this way, we are speaking about a proximity of 30, 70 kilometers from Milan. So the food shape are on this scale. Coming back to the second question, so the power of networking with our cities, we are leading the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact since 2015, and I think that the more added value is know each other, because only working together, only working hands-on this field of action, we can transform our daily activities. This is the first types. Then working to sharing knowledge within the cities that are part of the Milan Pact, and also with all the network. We are working, doing webinar, doing also deep activities with joint projects and so on. A few months ago with James Battersby, that was another speaker of today, with Neville Cohen and other, we are working on food environment, engaging some different cities that want to implement and to have an intentionality to the zoning, as Roberta mentioned. So we need to enter working with our urbanism department. That is the more difficult because they are working only on land planning, land use, and so on. And I think, or for instance, from my personal perspective, for me, it's very complicated work with, and I see also with other colleagues work with the urban department, the urbanism department, and so on. And yeah, I think this is the more added value. Again, we invent a solution that is very simple, is an award. A few years ago, when the Milan Pact starting, so the different mayor coming in Milan, singing a paper, yes, declaring their commitment, what happening after. And we, together with the Cariplo Foundation and together with the FAO and other partners, we have this idea to having an award that from one side award the most innovative practices. Interesting, not the main goal. On the other hand, we are seeing concretely year by year the different improvement of the different cities that are implementing their local food policies. Now we are collecting 630 urban food policies officially approved by the more than 200 of mayors of the Milan Pact. And we engage as a committee of evaluation that each year have dozens of experts and institutions like FAO, like other. And by doing this, we are sharing all of these 600 of practices in 5 years with all also of other organizations. So the Ellen MacArthur Foundation a few years ago launched an initiative on urban food system, and you were part of this committee. The FAO, you know, better than me, are doing the same. And again, also other parts, and the European Commissions. Roberta was part of this committee a few years ago. Jane is again part of this committee in the last edition. So we are doing to have this award as a tool to engage partners, sharing the practices of cities, asking cities to submit practices and to be evaluated by this committee. So are a way to see what the different cities are doing after signing the pact, after signing a paper. So in this way, yes, is working very well, I think. But I'm a part of this, so I'm not the best person to say if there is impact on this.
Thank you, Andrea. I think you are a very informative partisan in this case. That is, we all think that the Milan Pact is an important role, just at the least, to raise the awareness about the importance of urban food, right? Which is among cities, which leads me. There is in the chat box. There are questions about data, what kind of data we need, etc., etc. And I think an old friend and collaborator in FAO has asked this question that cities in some of the low-income countries do not have the resources and the capacities to collect data, right? And the other question is what level data do actually need to do a proper city planning, right? So the first question, I think, to Thierry, my response would be: the big problem is that the data and the cities and let's say the donors, to put it in quote marks, will help cities collect better data if this whole issue of the importance of urban food systems becomes a household term. That is, it will go hand in hand with this. Of course, until that happens, we will operate with whatever, trying to do the best what we have. I think FAO, within the context of the data platform of the Hand in Hand initiative, are planning, and we have actually collected some geolocal data for purposes of analysis, etc., etc. But Thierry's question is that the cities should be able to have a minimum capacity to collect data. Question well taken. What is the level of data? We'll take that up. I think that's an important question, right? It will take that up, but before we start again with a question and answer to the panelists, I would like to it would be my pleasure to invite Jane Battersby, Dr. Jane Battersby, which is a professor at the University of Cape Town and a scholar at the African Center for Cities, to help us reflect on things that we've heard so far, but also some of her knowledge, which I asked her to present to us here about the future, let's say, of cities, especially in Africa, and with rapid urbanization, what will be the stresses, etc., etc. Jane, you have the floor. Jane is absolutely capable of taking a complex issue and turn it into, simple concepts and communicate them. So please, when you have something like that, invite her. And if you want a simple issue to be complex and impossible to understand, you invite me. So Jane, you have the floor. It's a great pleasure to see you again. You helped us a lot in the past in many of our events. Please.
Great, thank you, Kostas. And I mean, it's a pleasure to be here. I am a little bit nervous after what you said, so let's hope I make it simple and understandable. So like Kostas said, I've been asked to provide some reflections on the future of urban food, access to healthy diets and sustainable food systems. So I've got about 15 minutes, and what I'm going to do is really provide 3 main points based on my perspective as a researcher based in Africa. And the first point is that future urban food really must be responsive to wider global megatrends. And this speaks back to what Massimo was saying earlier. The second is that, we've had a challenge that local and national governments have struggled to see food as a key part of urban development. And yet historically, governments have really harnessed food systems to shape cities and to shape rural-urban relationships. And so we need to take this historical lens and see that local governments actually do have considerable power in shaping food systems governance and food security policy. And then finally, I'll talk about how we move towards sustainable food systems through new modes of governance that are required, about new relationships within and beyond the state and new forms of evidence, which I think comes back to that question that Thierry raised earlier. So like I said, I'm talking from an African perspective, and this is a context of rapid urban growth, both from migration, which everyone always thinks is what's driving the growth, but also from natural population growth. Since 1990, the number of cities in Africa has doubled from 3,300 to about 7,600. And their cumulative population has increased by 500 million, which is small in the context of China, but massive in the context of African continent. By 2050, we expect to have an additional 950 million people living in African cities. And a lot of that growth is happening in secondary cities. So not in the Lagoses, not in the Dar es Salaams of the world, but in these smaller secondary and intermediary cities. And as we've heard earlier, they have very different governance capacities. They have very different types of economies and very different types of food systems. And so the present food system in African cities, and I believe the future of African food cities, is strongly informal, right? And so we heard a little bit about the supermarket revolution. In much of Africa, the supermarket revolution has yet to take off, and we're in doubt that it will take off. The reality is that local markets and street traders remain key sites of food purchase. There's a lot of focus on formal supply chains, and yet work done in West Africa by the OECD, Hannah Carg, etc., really demonstrate massive informal food trade within borders and cross borders. And so informality is going to really shape African cities going forwards. Shapes the food system, it's shaping labor opportunities, and the labor opportunities for the burgeoning youth population really are predominantly informal. Connections to basic services, predominantly informal. Housing, food systems, governance systems, all characterized by different networks of informality and formality intersecting. And so it's in this context of as yet unbuilt and unplanned cities that feeding urban populations becomes a critical challenge. And yet, although it's this critical challenge, it's largely been off the local and national policy and planning agenda. And part of this is how the issue has been framed. So Jonathan Crush from Canada puts it this way: within the SDGs, we have a food SDG that imagines a world of food in which no one lives in cities, and an urban SDG which imagines a world of cities in which no one eats. And yet, as we've heard today repeatedly, food is central to urban well-being and to sustainability. And so we really need to try and embed food in these wider urban development discussions. And so I channel a little bit of Edgar Pieterse from African Center for Cities and say this: look, future urban food governance must be conducted and must be responsive to wider global megatrends. We heard from Massimo that urban food security and food systems are profoundly shaped and play a role in contributing to these megatrends. We think about climate change, biodiversity loss, resource depletion, and the role that the food system plays in that system, but how it's also affected by that system. Think about the rapid urbanization and the associated demands for services and land, not just within the city, but the resource demands that cities place on hinterlands. Demographic shifts in Western European continent, you have aging populations. In the African continent, we have the youth bulge. That dramatically transforms demands of foods, the kinds of things that people are looking at, but also the politics. We're seeing shifts in technology and geographies of work, shifts in global economic power. And all of these megatrends converge in these rapidly growing cities. So as we heard from Massimo, 70% of food globally is consumed in urban areas. The urban food system is this driver of greenhouse gas emissions, of waste, of water usage, of land conversion. And the food system can also be leveraged to ensure greater sustainability and equity. So given its really critical role in shaping these megatrends, food really should be more central to global, national, and local debates on climate change, on economics, on geopolitics, but it isn't. And I think part of that is the fault of us foodies, who've often failed to connect those dots. we kind of have these internal conversations, but we've often failed to speak outwards. But we really need to get there. And so while food is this critical development issue, it's not seen that way by urbanists, even though it's there within the New Urban Agenda. And this perspective that urban government really has nothing to do with food is actually wildly ahistorical. Because when you look at it, the shape, the size, the function of our cities, the relationship of cities to rural areas has actually been profoundly shaped by how cities have historically governed food. And so my second point is this: governments have historically harnessed food systems to shape cities and rural-urban relationships, and it's time that we reclaim that legacy, right? So while food has been off the current political agenda and the urban largely off the food agenda, historically governments have viewed maintaining food supply to urban populations as a fundamental need for political and economic stability. And so the control of the food system has profoundly shaped our cities in ways that aren't always seen and have shaped local, regional, and global geographies, economies, and politics. So a couple of brief examples from the African context. If we go back to urban agriculture, although there's been this kind of openness to urban agriculture since the 1990s, prior to that, there were really strict limitations on the location, the scale, the practices of urban food production, often under the guise of public health. But in part, it was designed to ensure markets for rural production and to create this clear distinction between rural and urban, which we're now seeing is blurring. And many of these regulations and bylaws are still on the books. Another example, in Zimbabwe, maize milling is legally confined to industrially zoned areas. And this imagines a food system that's large scale, that's supplied by large scale rural farmers, milled at the industrial scale and then sold out. And this renders the thousands and thousands of micro millers operating in residential areas as informal and illegal, and viewed as potentially undermining the envisaged systems. And so when you think about how food is off the agenda, oftentimes the ways in which policies and planning have been constructed in the past really frame how the economy operates and where the food system is. In Zambia, the Market Ordinance from 1937 placed markets under the control and management of local authorities. It gave them the power to regulate market buildings. It gave them the power to regulate what could be sold at what price. It gave them power to inspect and confiscate goods. The Act also said that no person shall in any public place within a radius of 2 miles from a market center sell any goods except in a market. So this basically made all street trading illegal and informal. So protected a certain category of vendors, made others illegal, made certain foodstuffs legal and illegal. And so the Act effectively controlled space, the economy, and food in this intertwined way. Now, from these brief examples, you can see that historically the governance of food systems was central to the system of control of urban spaces and the control of urban economies. It created these boundaries of formal and informal. It shaped what was rural and what was urban, how things should relate, shaped the economy, shaped the geography, shaped political power, shaped exclusion. But this centrality of food has kind of been lost along the way. Now, I'm not saying that we should kind of have this top-down dominance that we saw in the past, but I think we should recognize that there is this entrenched power of the state to engage in urban food systems that's been lost. And so there's some work to recover that. So the city of Cape Town has been doing work mapping mandates, seeing where the existing mandates of the city overlap with the food system. And surprise, surprise, it's found that more or less every department of the city has some role in the food system. And so the question is how to use those powers that have previously been used to control. How can we use them now to generate sustainable, nutritious food systems? And so this is the point where I transition to thinking about how we move forwards. So the final point, which has 4 points, to move forwards with sustainable food systems, new modes of governance are required. And so the first one is around this question of generating political will, which has been spoken about already today, right? We need to generate political will by identifying the potential of food systems to create greener, healthier, more economically vibrant cities, the potential of food systems to meet key development goals. And so this returns to the earlier point about connecting food to discussions about critical development issues. If food has the potential to positively impact other development challenges, then asking for greater consideration of the food system isn't adding one more mandate, one more demand on urban governments. Instead, it's providing an opportunity for achievement of sustainable development. However, to do this, it requires targeted narratives and evidence. It requires a wider vision. And I think it requires a serious consideration of the cost of not doing food work. So in South Africa, the provincial government of the Western Cape did a kind of back of the envelope estimate of the cost of the dual burden of malnutrition. And it found that it stood to lose 375 billion rand in household spending from stunting and up to 590 billion rand from obesity until 2040, which translated to a 5% loss of GDP from foregone spending alone. And these kinds of numbers are the things that generate political will. We've got to factor in the potential cost of political unrest as people struggle to access affordable, nutritious food. We've got to factor in the potential benefits of employment and livelihoods in food-based industries, which are often poorly documented in data collection. Think about the impact of food systems on climate change. All these things need to be considered. And when we start to think about food as linking to wider urban development goals, it potentially brings on new partners who can help us leverage funding and networks. Secondly, there's a need to develop an understanding that urban food systems are not peripheral to core mandates. And like I said, there's considerable effort in this. And what we need to do is move towards greater transversal governance. Again, something that has already been spoken about today. And so how do we start to do this? How do we start to develop that transversal governance? Again, it's partly recognizing the way in which food is impacting other urban mandates and other urban mandates are influencing food. Thinking about ways to develop kind of shared scope of work to maximize the benefit of food interventions and to find new areas of food policy. So where does food policy and transport policy intersect? Where does food policy and housing policy intersect? Transversal governance approaches allow us to move away from siloed projects that fail to meet their potential, frankly. So we know that urban agriculture often works better if it's directly linked to a markets initiative, to circular economies, to social development programming. And in the context that we're working in, we know that we're going to see ongoing resource scarcity, particularly as development funding kind of dries up. And so, joined up programming has the potential to maximize the benefit of investments. Is a best return on investment. The third point is around data, right? And so we've already said what matters get measured, what matters gets measured, and who defines what's seen as being mattering. So we have this context of perceived data limitations. But I think we need to recognize that there's actually really deep embedded knowledge of the food system, of its functions and its barriers that are held by local food systems actors and their users. And so while hard data on the food system might be limited and contingent, I think thinking seriously about engagement with local actors can generate deep insights for governance. So we've been doing a lot of work working with local residents around how they're accessing food, how it intersects with other urban issues. And the narratives that they have demonstrate this really strong understanding of the stresses, the intersections, and the opportunities. And our participants have been able to speak back to local government on that. When we work with market traders in Zambia, they know very well why particular locations work well and why particular locations are not going to work at all. But their voices are often lost in these dialogues with policymakers. We were working with an egg and chicken trader in Kisumu in Kenya, and she was able to explain to us in far clearer terms than local government were at the time, although a lot of advances had been done, about why the chickens came from Kisumu, but the eggs came from Uganda. They were able to understand the politics, the economics, the policy environment. So there's this deep entrenched local knowledge. However, we can't be naive and assume simple relationships. There's deep politics embedded in these food systems, in part as a result of the histories that I've described before. So leveraging these knowledges needs new negotiations of trust, recognition of entrenched powers, and a willingness to engage in the messy politics of food systems. So one of the things we've been doing is doing a series of learning journeys with policymakers, taking them into these environments, exposing them to these narratives. And what's been incredibly powerful is the voice of communities coming back and the kind of dialogue between policymakers and actors in the food system, but it's also created space for transversal conversations between policymakers. And the final point is that we know that what happens in the urban is shaped by and it shapes factors extending well beyond local government jurisdiction. So there is this need for multi-level governance processes that are equally shaped by local government and national government interests. And so the Emerging Food Systems Coalition is attempting to find ways to support these relationships, and ICLEI Africa has been doing quite a lot to broker these. What we found is too often multi-level governance assumes that national government simply expects local government to implement policies and programs. And there's a need for genuine multi-level governance in which urban voices inform national policy agendas. And so those are my points. I just want to conclude with, I think on the basis of what we've heard today, the conversations about public procurement, food sensitive planning, integrating food policy with other policies, new modes of governance, innovation, political will, networks. I think this is a moment of real hope for urban food systems governance and sustainable food systems going forward. And finally, just drawing attention to the fact that next year's CFS high-level panel of experts report that's just being commissioned is on strengthening urban and peri-urban food systems to achieve food security and nutrition in the context of urbanization and rural transformation. So I think in the next 18 months or so, there's going to be huge richness of data, of consolidation of policy positions, etc., that can really push this agenda forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you for this tour de force on everything that surrounds the policies and politics of food systems, especially in Africa. I was always under the impression that the informal sector in Africa has the ability to sidestep and escape some of the formal rules, but apparently not enough to create I don't know if it's possible to create that minimal scale to affect the political decisions that constrain its function, especially from the socioeconomic point of view. So your intervention also responds to a question in the chat box about what did Maximo actually mean with the uncertainty, and to what extent a transversal governance of food systems can beat that uncertainty. I think what you described, that the mega trends shape urban food systems, not only in Africa, but everywhere else, and those are quite uncertain, especially now. But the world always works under one way of uncertainty or the other, so we shouldn't use this as a break for some of the changes that need to happen within this uncertainty. I really appreciated something that you said, that there is a lot of dialogue about the urban food systems, etc. But it's not outward looking sometimes. I think that's a very important, and that's another crust that we have to break to be able to bring the discussion. You mentioned, of course, some of the things, some of this debate is now taking place at higher level, like a high level panel of experts producing a report to which you are a part of, as far as I know, that the FAO is publishing the state of food security and nutrition in the world on urban food systems and urbanization and the implications for healthy diets. And that's another important part, and a lot more. So that will be a little bit more outward looking, although still confined to the space of those that are interested in this, and not necessarily the politicians. The chat box said the politicians hate food systems and dealing with food systems. I don't know why. In any case, we are extremely happy to have had you putting some of those big issues on the table. I only have 1 minute, and I will take this minute to help. First of all, the speakers, of course, the human settlements for giving us the space to speak about these important issues regarding food systems in the cities, the audience, the organizers, the FAO team that that organized this. I don't know. I don't think I have any more time. Christine, do I? I suppose not.
Okay, it's almost the
Okay,
time. Yes.
Fine. I think we will close it here. Thank you very much again. And I hope to see you all in the next event that another high-level event that the Global Forum will organize, and we will make progress by then on a lot of those issues in more cities. Thank you very much, and you all have a nice morning or afternoon.
Very well.
Bye-bye.
Very well. Well, this is indeed a wonderful topic, which concerns each and every one of us. I believe right after this, we got to grab our lunch or breakfast or brunch or dinner. I believe this discussion will somehow stimulate us to, for example, give it a second thought when we tend to waste the food on our plate today. A very interesting panel discussion. It's particularly essential to attend to the ongoing food crisis compounded by the regional conflict, climate change, or the pandemic. So it's absolutely necessary to initiate a systemic change in the food system, how we grow, produce, process, transport, consume, and dispose our food. So thank you very much to Kostas and to our panelists. A wonderful discussion. So we look forward to hearing more from you right after this event. We can just stay connected. So now we have a 30 minutes break, a half an hour. Right after the break, we'll have a mayor's panel to explore the critical role of the local leadership towards a safer and greener urban future. So please stay connected and come back in half an hour. It's 12 p.m. Central European Time, 11 p.m. UTC, and 7 p.m. Beijing time. So I'll see you in half an hour. Thank you very much to all speakers and moderators. Thank you. So see you.
Christine? Are you there, Christine?
Yes.
Hi, this is Taj.
Oh, hi, Taj.
Sorry, I got mixed up with the time.
Good morning to you. A very good morning, right? It's 5.
What?
5 o'clock. 5.
It's 5:30.
Yeah, 5:30.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So tomorrow is 12 hours from now is the session, right? The closing session.
Yes, correct. I replied to your email with all the questions you have.
Actually, that's why I called, because I didn't see your reply. I'm sorry. I couldn't see your reply. I don't see. Did
you receive the email? No.
No, I did not.
Oh, why? Let me check.
I have no idea. I know you have a lot to do, but just to clarify things, I don't have the name of the awardees, which is very important.
Okay, I resent. I resent the email.
Thank you.
Let me know if you got it.
Thank you. You're gonna resend it?
Yeah, I just resent it. Well,
Thank you.
for the just for the. Let me see. Okay, just to ensure everything will go well. For the closing session, there are 2 speeches followed by the reporting of the session moderators. I have already sent the list of moderators and then the closing remarks by Mr. Lu. So that's the flow of the closing session.
Okay, there are only 2 of them, correct?
Yeah, two speakers, and then the reporting from the session moderators, and then the closing remarks from Lu.
Okay, so 2 speakers and how many moderators?
6.
Oh.
Each moderator we'll have 3 minutes maximum. Yeah, 3 minutes.
But I don't have their names.
Oh, actually, I just send you on WhatsApp.
You.
I'll send you on WhatsApp. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And for the for the awardees, just the name of the awardees for the session. I don't have the names also.
Yeah, just call their names and time.
Sorry, Christine. I know you're under a lot of pressure.
Never mind. Fully understood.
But if I don't have the name, I don't know what to say. I'm going to mention my name and your name.
Okay, you just. Yeah.
So it is. It's 5:30 in the morning.
Hello, Miss Christina.
Yes. Yes, man, who is speaking?
Hello, my name is Tony Pang. Just now I have a question to ask, but he don't answer me. Can you help me?
Would you mind sending your questions to the secretariat of our forum? Then we'll just ask our panelists or speakers to respond to you after the event.
My question is, I want to ask.
Sorry, can you please send your questions to the emails? Wait.
Email?
Yes. Or just send your questions in a chat box. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Attach. I
got it.
Yes, got it?
Got it.
Okay, cool.
Got it, yeah. Thank you. God bless you. So 12 hours from now, correct? Actually, it's yeah. Thank you.
Attached.
Yes.
Got a program on WhatsApp?
Yes, I got it. I got it also on my email. But the list of moderators still is not there.
No.
Anyhow, I don't have them. I'll look them in my WhatsApp now.
Yes, please.
Sure.
Excuse
Thank you very
me
much.
for a while.
No, go ahead, please. Do what
Thank
you
you.
want to do.
Thank you.
I got the list of moderator. Thank you. Christine?
这个静音变这样子了。
How was your meeting this morning?
Well, if you want the truth, I slept. I didn't realize because it was China time.
Oh.
I'm just getting the tail of it. But the good thing is my session is not yet there. I think they kind of confuse us because of the time. They wrote the time New York time, but they're working with their time. There's some confusion anyhow. Thank God I got it before it's too late.
Oh, so when do you have to speak?
I have to speak like 12 hours from now, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Still confusing now. It's okay. Okay, so this is 6 o'clock here. It is 6:46 p.m. in Beijing. So in 12 hours, which is at the session, is going to be in the morning their time, but it's going to be in the evening our time.
Oh, okay.
The 16 in the morning their time is the evening our time. And there's 1 hour difference, so they're 13 hours ahead of us. So tonight in the evening, I'm supposed to be in this session. Okay. This is the amazing spirit word. I just came here to pray at like what, 5 o'clock or so. I sat down to pray and then I remember. What about the conference? What? And I called and I found it going on. God is good. How was you? Proud moment.
It didn't happen. I took the prunes, I took the magnesium, the full dose of magnesium. Maybe it will happen this morning. Maybe if I jump up and down a bit or something.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Well, in the next one and a half hours, mayors and local leaders from regions across the world will share how climate change is affecting their communities and the challenges they face, as well as the innovative solutions they have developed to deliver local climate actions. Well, we at GFHS very much appreciate the long-term support and engagement from ESCAP. Especially grateful to Kurt for leading the mayor's panel over the past few years. So I'm now very pleased to hand over to Mr. Kurt Garrigan, Chief of Sustainable Urban Development at UNECA. Kurt, over to you.
Thank you very much, Christine. I hope you can hear me and see me well.
Yes, very well.
Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, honorable mayors, participants, good evening, good afternoon, good morning.
Oh, we don't see you.
You don't see me. I just asked if you saw me well.
Okay.
Now?
Just no.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and thank you for joining from around the world this session on local leadership towards safer and greener future. Just last month at COP27, the session concluded in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, with a renewed call for urgent action to address climate change. Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, stressed at COP27 that any hope of limiting temperature rise to 1.5 degrees means achieving global net zero emissions by 2050. We all know that achieving net zero emissions by any date requires local actions and leadership from cities, where most of the energy demand and growth in GHG emissions in the coming decades are projected. So cities must lead the transition to carbon neutrality. We also know that many of our cities are seeing the greatest impacts from climate change, with millions of urban residents, especially those in low-lying coastal communities, vulnerable to flooding, severe weather, and threats to water and food security. So cities must also lead in efforts to build resilience and deploy nature-based solutions, innovations, and technologies to reduce risks to shocks and stresses. We know that these efforts, first and foremost, require leadership from mayors, councils, and other community leaders to mobilize their citizens and stakeholders, including national governments, to take ambitious local actions. In this session, we will hear from civic leaders around the world who will share with us how, in addition to managing a city and delivering efficient urban services, they are confronting the challenge of climate change. We'll start this session with a keynote delivered by one of Asia's most dynamic leaders. Datuk Seri Mahadi Chenaga of Kuala Lumpur is a lifelong civil servant turned mayor who brought his long experience as a planner and executive in city government to his leadership role and has developed innovations in climate sustainable development for his city and shared them with the region. We will then go to a panel discussion where we'll hear from leaders from around the world presenting what they have done in their communities. And then we'll have a dialogue among the panelists and open the session later for questions and answers. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce again the Mayor of Kuala Lumpur, Datuk Seri Mahadi Chenaga, again a very dynamic leader and a good friend of cities and of ESCAP and all of us. So Mayor, over to you.
Thank you, Kurt, for the kind introduction. Your Excellencies, Honorable Mayors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good day to one and all. Permit me to extend my appreciation to the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or in short, UNESCAP, for giving me this opportunity to speak at the 17th Annual session of Global Forum on Human Settlements 2022, with the theme Together for a Shared, Safer and Greener Urban Future, Resilient, Carbon Neutral and Nature Positive Cities. I believe this year's Global Forum on Human Settlement will play a significant role in highlighting and enhancing the leadership of mayors in accelerating carbon neutrality across cities around the globe. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we are all well aware, high intensity of carbon emissions has led to an increase in global temperature and contributed to climate change. Already we have seen the consequences with increasing occurrences of extraordinary rainfall and extreme weather in cities across the globe. Now is the time for local leaders to take urgent action to mitigate the impact of climate change on the environment and the future of our people. As such, it is imperative that we work together to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, if not less. Understanding this, many of us have shown our commitment by pledging the Paris Agreement. I am proud to share that Kuala Lumpur is also one of the signatories. As a signatory, we have already begun taking steps to promote sustainable development with the establishment of blueprints to guide our climate actions. This will ensure that we achieve our target of lowering carbon emissions by 70% by 2030 and becoming a carbon neutral city by 2050. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I truly believe that as city leaders, we must set the tone by innovating green approaches and technologies while scaling up sustainable development at the local level to inspire others to follow suit on this journey. In order to implement our ambitious green initiatives, we need to have adequate knowledge and capacity. As such, it is important that we build and leverage on networks between cities around the world, as we can learn from one another and adopt each other's success stories in mitigating and adapting to climate change. Kuala Lumpur City Hall has initiated various climate change mitigation and adaptation programs, some of which include accelerating waste recycling, whereby tenants of our public housing can offset their monthly rent by recycling. Developing incentive packages to further encourage the private sector's participation in our carbon neutrality program. Imposing regulations on developers to utilize at least 30% of renewable energy in their projects. Designating Kuala Lumpur City Hall officials as ambassadors and advocates to encourage KLites to embrace a low carbon lifestyle and paying monthly public transport fares for the City Hall officials who commute to work using public transport. Alongside climate action, it is also important to acknowledge that neighborhoods that are safe and well planned and built to last, with a focus on accessibility and sustainable mobility, are crucial aspects of great livable cities. In this respect, Kuala Lumpur City Hall is currently upgrading and constructing green infrastructure network for pedestrian walkway and cycling lanes. Honorable Mayors, ladies and gentlemen, sessions such as this will certainly help us on this endeavor, thus further strengthening our capabilities to achieve our climate agenda and realize our vision to become truly resilient cities. With the many excellent speakers featured in this forum, we have the opportunity to glean much insight that will make us all the stronger in leading our respective cities towards a greener future. Let us act together and act now to build carbon neutral cities. Once again, thank you for the opportunity given to speak today and have a fruitful forum. Thank you. Back to you, Kurt.
Mayor, thank you as always for your inspiring words, sharing your successes with us, and for your leadership in Kuala Lumpur. Again, it was a lifelong career in your city, so you brought a lot of knowledge. You talked about the importance of sharing knowledge, but certainly you are seen in this region as one of the most knowledgeable mayors because of your long experience within city government, and clearly you've brought some of your successes into fruition in your city. So thank you very much. You're a friend to all of us, a friend to other mayors in other cities as well. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Let us move on now in the agenda. We'll stay in the Asia Pacific region, and it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Stephanie Yu Tan, City Councilor for Catbalogan City in the Philippines. Stephanie is also a former mayor of the city and has also been one of the more dynamic mayors in our region. And she will share with you some of her experiences and successes as well. Stephanie, over to you, please. I see you. No, I don't see you. I don't hear you, Stephanie. Perhaps the connection is not quite stable. Christine, can you help
Yes,
here?
I think it's a problem with the connection. I think we show she's stuck there.
Okay, so Stephanie, if you could maybe reconnect, and maybe we'll move on to our next speaker and then come back to you.
Yes.
When we have the connection resolved. Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to Indonesia. The Vice Mayor of Jambi City, Dr. H. Maulana, who will join us and again share some of the experiences that Jambi City has been developing. Mayor or Vice Mayor, over to you. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Klub Kergan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and good afternoon to all participants. Excellency, Mr. Klub Kergan, thank you for this opportunity. I would like to express my appreciation to UNECA in inviting Jambi City to participate in this local leadership toward of safer and greener urban future. Conjunction with the 17th annual session of Global Forum on Human Settlement and Sustainable. In this opportunity, I would like to share about Jambi City's experience as local leader in creating a safer and greener urban future. As an urban city, Jambi City also facing handful of challenges, namely financial, human resources, recent pandemics and environmental issues, health, education, and many others. Before I get into detail of issues of challenges that Jambi City faces, let me give a brief introduction about Jambi City's profile. Jambi City, located in Sumatra Island, Indonesia, and capital of Jambi Province. The city has a total area of 175.53 square kilometers, with over 750,000 population. And population growth rate is 1.95%. And then during the COVID-19 pandemic, our economic growth rate was declined from 5.33% in 2019, become minus 3.28% in 2020. Now, our economic growth around 3.58%. Also, poverty level increased from 0.15% to 8.12% in 2019 and become 8.26% in 2020. Unemployment rate also increasing from 7.62% in 2019, become 10.49% in 2020. The most suffering projects are infrastructure projects. For example, we built public hospital, pedestrians, and bus station. However, due to pandemic, the project were slowed down, resulting the delay in completion. While city need to fulfill the commitment from the borrower, many activities from department which were cancelled, city only focus on addressing the pandemic, such as medical services, vaccine, and social safety nets. To overcome the social and economic impact of COVID to Jambi City people, we have done several activities such as creating the social safety net, creating appropriate application for digital marketing, creating labor-intensive work program for the community to stimulate the spending activities, Pakar Kasih, Padat Karya Kali Bersih, and Padat Karya environmental quality improvement in neighborhood in every sub-districts. And then borrowing money from national government to invest in infrastructure project. As part of the city strategy for making a green city, we have increased the coverage of green open space. Currently, we have reached 15% of green open space out of 30% of our responsibility. There are over 30 cities parks, and to preserve the biodiversities, we have 3 cities forests that contain 183 species of biodiversity. We also participate in carbon literacy, circular economy, transportation, and solid and waste water management. We also believe that strong collaboration with many stakeholders are necessary in mitigate the climate change, especially when city does not have enough budget to take care of the environmental issue alone. We educate our youngs by promoting green living, by going to school in Adiwiyata program. We have Adiwiyata awards for schools that has been doing good in managing the organic waste and green school initiatives. Currently, we are in the level of Adiwiyata Utama, meaning that many schools have been awarded several times for their environmental innovation in schools. As an urban city with its waste issues, we try to minimize the greenhouse gas effect by turning our waste to energy. In the waste to energy, Jambi City has 2 major projects, namely methane capture from Talanggulo sanitary landfill Next slide. And methane capture from biodigester in Talang Banjar traditional market. Methane capture in Talang Gulo sanitary landfill. Next slide. Over of total 154 households receiving gas methane for cooking in the Talang Banjar traditional market, and the capacity of our biodigester could treat up to 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms of organic waste. Methane gas is being distributed to 20 nearby households for cooking. We turn the waste into energy, hence reducing the greenhouse gases. During the smoke hazard over 4 years ago, Jambi City is one of the cities that suffer tremendously. Smoke were transferred from nearby districts, making Jambi City in red zone and danger area. People suffered from breathing and respiratory problems. Therefore, as support by national regulation, Jambi City also has local regulation to mitigate this disaster occurring in the future. City banned slash and burn, as well as burning the waste. City gives a strong sanction and penalty. Currently, Jambi City air quality is in good level, and we are participating in Blue Sky program too. During COVID-19 pandemic, we keep maintain the air quality by having emission check for many vehicles, planting trees movements, and encourage car-free days activities. We also encourage and facilitate community to reduce waste at source, encouraging tree planting, river and lake cleaning up, and build infrastructure for waste management in the villages level, and build the centralized wastewater management. There are many other local initiatives to create the safer and greener urban city. These initiatives are not only from the government, but also from community. One of them is creating kampung wisata, or urban village economy tourism. Community create the ecotourism, thus enhance the tourism, and in same time promoting local tourism and create a greener city and a safer city for people to enjoy. This year, we encourage many sub-districts to create eco-friendly kampung wisata initiated by local community and supported by the private company and facilitated by the government. This strong collaboration so that Jambi City people need each other, and together we can make the greener and safer city. We believe that strong and committed leadership of local government is needed to lead its city in creating the greener and safer city. Thank you for your kind attention. Back to you, Mr. Kruk Karigan. Thank you very much.
Honorable Vice Mayor, thank you very much for sharing with us your experience and illustrating so well how your city is responding to multiple crises. The emergence from the COVID pandemic, addressing climate change, other environmental crises, including air pollution and the impacts on your community, and how you're mobilizing your community and leveraging various financial opportunities to develop innovative solutions. I'm sure that some members of the audience will have questions for you later in the session. So stay with us and we'll come back to you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So we'll continue our move maybe back to Stephanie. Or is the connection working now? Stephanie, can you hear me? And can we see and hear you? You appear maybe to be frozen. Oh, I don't hear you. So let's continue moving, and then we'll come back to you, and I'm sure we'll resolve the technical issues. So we'll move west. I think everyone knows by now that one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world is the Republic of the Maldives. And we have with us the mayor of the city of Fuvahmulah in the Maldives, Mr. Ismail Rafiq, who is going to share some of his experience and innovations and some of the leadership challenges that he faces to save his city from the effects of climate change.
Yeah, thank you, Coach.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, can you?
Yes,
thank you very much, and good day to everyone. My name is Ismail Rafiq. I'm the mayor of Fuvahmulah City, which is an island city in the Maldives. It is one of the remotest islands in the country, and it is an oceanic island, just one island by itself. Just to let you know about Fuvahmulah, some information. Can you see my screen?
We can, yes.
Yeah.
See the title.
So,
okay.
I mean, as I mentioned, we are a small island of 5 square kilometers, which is very, very small by global size. And we have 11,000 residents living in the island. And what's unique about Fuvahmulah is 1/3 of the island is wetland. So it is one of the postcard picture of Maldives you see in. And this wetland is a protected area in the whole island. Is a UNESCO designated biosphere reserve. And I think climate change is impacting us even now. And we are, day by day, we are facing increasing number of events of extreme weather events, and the sea level rise. It is real, and we are seeing it every day. So what I will share with you is just a couple of key issues we face in the island, and how we have been trying to address that with the help of the local community, with the central government, and also the international community like UN and the World Bank. Flooding is a major issue for us, and we have had severe floods over the past 2 years. And one main concern we have is the island is very low lying. We have sea around us, and when it's flooded, the situation of the peoples, the fear, the anxiety is very high, because all around we have water. And traditionally we have had manual floods. When there's heavy rain, we open the gates and let the water flow out into the sea. But of course, when the weather is, when the waves are high, the tide is high, we cannot open it, because the waves come inside through these floodgates. And currently what we have been working is to develop a system for us to monitor the level of water in the island. And we have been working with the World Bank recently also to establish some sensors and monitors which can help us to see the level of water rise in the, because we have 2 freshwater lakes within the city, within the island. So if we can monitor the level before the disaster strikes, we can actually take preventive action. We can be better prepared for the disaster, and our emergency response teams could be on standby. So we are working with the World Bank to establish a monitoring system. And the idea is to actually use this data in real time and make it public, make it available to the people, and also for our team to monitor and attend as needed. So for the flood, we are very much focusing on this early warning system and the monitoring system. Also, when right now we are in the process of developing our roads, and we are investing on a stormwater system, which would help manage the rain which collects on the streets. So on the flood, that's our main focus for now. And the coastal erosion, which is very severe. And currently there's a project for revetment and embankment around 2.6 kilometers. The whole coastline is around 11 kilometers. So right now we are working on 2.6 kilometers. With coastal erosion, with frequent storm surges again, we are seeing, I mean, a lot of, like every year we have 1 or 2 storm surges. And though it is not as worse as flooding, if uncontrolled or if we don't give focus in the future, this might be, it could turn into disaster causing loss to property and life. So one main focus we are having right now is on the revetment project. And also, again, here also we are planning to use data because it's very important to see how things are going to monitor it. For example, on the shoreline, the erosion, the level of erosion, how is it changing day by day? So what we are planning to do is do frequent shoreline surveys, probably with the help of drones, and using the data to monitor what's happening around the shoreline. So on the coastal erosion side, I think that's again, we want to use data and technology to better get informed and also take decision based on that. And the other one is on the air pollution. This is again one main area which is very much related to a lot of city councils, initiatives, plans, and I think for this, I would like to thank UNEP team, the ESCAP, for guiding us and helping us with the air pollution action plan. We have learned a lot from that, and we are starting to implement some of the initiatives. One main focus we have is on air pollution monitoring, and we have got a few devices with the help of our UNEP team, and we are installing that to actually monitor what's happening, monitor the extent, the magnitude of the pollution issue. We know we have the pollution problem, but we currently don't know how to measure it and to what level it is. And this data, I think, will help us to educate the people, because what we see is getting the citizens to believe in this, believe in the impact. It's a bit difficult without the use of data. So we are very much focusing again here on the use of data collected and tell the public this is what's happening. So it is easier for them to change their lifestyle and get them in line with our vision of having a more green city in the island. For the air pollution, we have few causes like biomass burning, which is mostly the waste burning. And for that, we are investing in, we are not investing, we are getting help through grants to establish industrial composting machines. Because every day we are collecting around 7 to 8 tons of waste. And we are hoping to compost all the organic waste in this, which is around 2 tons per day. So if we can turn this into compost, I think we could reduce a lot of the burning, and also we can use this compost for the gardening, for the farming as well. And also we are encouraging the green vehicles, bicycle, and we are currently getting a donation from 50 bikes, and we want to use this to promote bicycle riding as a mainstream mode of transport, especially among the younger school kids. So that's something which we are working on. And also we are using a lot of diesel for the electricity generation. Currently we are around 4 megawatt per day. So right now we are working with World Bank to establish a solar power for 2 megawatt, which is quite a huge amount compared to the current demand. And it is starting in January, and we hope that by the end of the next year, we will have that. And also the City Council is working with private investors. We want to incentivize the private sector to invest in solar as home programs, or as a large-scale power generation and selling it to the local utility provider through power purchase agreements. So we are working with potential investors, and it is likely that we will get a couple of them on board to invest in this. And then lastly, we are very much focusing on the citizen engagement, citizen awareness. We are also working with World Bank to develop a resilient housing guideline. The idea is to educate house owners on guidelines which could help their home to be more resilient in terms of energy consumption, in terms of water, for example, in terms of resilience to disasters like flooding. So this is something which we are already working on, and we hope that the guidelines will give the citizens some points on how which they can follow in building their houses. And in conclusion, I would say that our very much focus on collection of data, using data to make decisions, using data to see the impact, how it is changing over time, and using data to create awareness among the public. And the council is very committed. We are a very new council. We have been here for 1.5 years. And our council's development plan give a lot of focus on green infrastructure, on urban forests, on transport, which is like using bicycles, you're giving more access to pedestrians. So I think city councils, through our development plan, we can make a lot of these changes to implement these changes and get the central government and also the partners and especially the citizens. I think the main challenge is getting the citizens to believe in the cause and get them behind us, because they need to change their lifestyle, they need to change their attitude, they need to change their belief if you want to have a more resilient, more environment-friendly and resistant society. Thank you. That's all for now.
Mayor Rafiq, thank you so much. You know, for you and your community, these environmental challenges, especially climate change, are existential threats. And so thank you for sharing how you're responding to that and highlighting that, especially in that context, that developing the data and having evidence-based decision-making is even more critical for you. So thank you. And I'm sure, again, some audience members will have questions for you in the later part of this session. Let me try one more time to go back to the Philippines and Stephanie Utan from the city of Catbalogan. Stephanie, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you so much. I hope you can
Yes.
hear now. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you for the patience. Yes. Good evening, everyone from the Philippines. Let me just share to you my screen. Can you see it, sir?
We see you. We don't see your screen.
You don't see the screen. Sorry. Let me do it again. Share screen.
And then choose the window.
Yes, screen and then the window.
See that. Start broadcast. I'm not here.
There. There you go. Oh, thank you so much. So good evening, everyone. Once again, this is Stephanie Uitan from Catbalogan City. Road to a safer and greener future. Just an overview of Catbalogan. We are located at the eastern part of the Philippines, and Catbalogan is in the third largest island in the Philippines. And we have a population of more than 100,000. And we are not that big city, but we believe that we are significant because we are the center of trading trading and commerce and industry in the whole Region 8 or the Eastern Visayas part of the Philippines. We have a lot of hazards, and may I just inform you that landslide, flood, and storm surge are major hazards that we experience almost every year, especially storm. Major storms in Catbalogan within 10 years, 2021, Julina 2015, Amang 2014, Ruby 24, also Senyang, and the Super Typhoon Haiyan. It is part of our region. We have urban challenges, the vulnerability to shocks and stressors, population density, the city is already congested, road net shortage, century-old sewerage and drainage system. Solid waste management is also a challenge until now because we are the capital, so we have a lot of adjustments to make, a lot of policies to be done because of the different people who come in our city. Informal settlers is also a major challenge in our city, including coastline, waterways, urban river, and our urban river. Houses in vulnerable areas, also an in-migration and out-migration. But during one of the presentations that I did in ASEAN Mayors Forum with Sir Kurt, we believe that building climate resilient cities, we need to understand first the issues of disaster risk reduction and the climate change adaptation up to the grassroots level. We believe that the grassroots level should know this for us to be able to really implement our programs and plan together with them. If they understand, they will accept our plan and they will also help us plan. Also, we need a proper resources utilization and mobilization and long-term plan with disaster risk reduction management, and the climate change adaptation lens should always be considered. What we actually do in our city, we made sure that we in place our local policies that is actually vertical to the national policies of the Philippines. We have a local climate change adaptation plan, updated comprehensive land use plan, a climate and disaster risk assessment, updated comprehensive development plan, local energy efficiency conservation plan, updated ordinances that promotes inclusive governance, institutionalized membership of different sectors in all council. With all these plans, we made sure that it is always updated. Just recently, we updated most of these plans to make sure that because there is a lot of changes going on whenever there is a disaster, whenever there's a typhoon. So we need to update everything to make sure that what we're actually doing or what we are implementing is what we need and what will protect our people. And we make sure also that all our councils, there is a membership of women sector, academe, youth, elderly, transportation, religion. So they are always represented, business sector, they're always represented so that we will be able to hear them, to hear their side on what programs should be implemented that will make sure that we will have a greener and safer community in the future. So I would like to share to you this video. This will show you what we want for the future of Catbalogan.
From being the center of missionary and evangelical work, the city is developing, or as they say, stepping forward. Business establishments are popping up like mushrooms. As of today, there are already many banks in the city, and more are opening soon. With its growing number of tourists, the city already has more hotels, lodging and pension houses, and resorts for all accommodations. Plus, transportation is now easier and faster for everyone to enjoy and explore what the city has to offer. Opening new businesses in Catbalogan is smoother and faster by way of streamlined business permits and licensing system. Even big businesses are offered tax incentives for taxes their people. And now, taking a step for the future, the city government, led by Mayor Stephanie Uitan, will construct a new township dubbed as the Sky City Mega Project.
With the current challenges that the city is facing, such as traffic congestion, scarcity of commercial spaces, greater demand for safe and hazard-free residential areas, backlog of safe housing facilities, and to cope up with the rapid economic progress, we proudly bring you our flagship mega development, the Sky City. Sky City is a climate-proof township project, which will be a new center of the LGU government, education and training, sports and events, commercial and business activity, and a mall zone with a scenic view of the old city with a panoramic backdrop of the sea.
The Sky City will feature several government offices with parking space and transport terminal, health and wellness centers, hotels and resorts, ICT hubs, Sky City residences, multi-purpose complex, and a flood-proof 25-hectare Sabu Dam that will serve as a water catchment to eliminate flooding in the downtown area. With Catbalogan city's rich history and tourism, booming economy, and proactive city government, the Sky City is the right place to invest small and big businesses.
So invest now and be part of this growing and greening community.
So that is the product of the different plans, the planning, the workshops that we did with our constituents and stakeholders and different sectors. We believe that the old city needs urban renewal, and it cannot contain what the city actually need now and the next years to come. So we believe that we need another safe area, another area that will promote, that will make sure that our constituent will be safe. It is actually the future settlement of the city, the future of Catbalogan City. Thank you very much and salamat po.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, and thanks also for your leadership, not just in your city, but you've been a leader across the Asia Pacific region as well, sharing your experience, your knowledge, and really serving as a model of how to engage with citizens and stakeholders. Building that ownership around solutions is extremely important as we talk about building climate resilience in our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll come back to you. Let's move, if we can, now into Europe, and I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Eckhard Wurzler, the Lord Mayor of the city of Heidelberg in Germany. Dr. Wurzler?
No, he's not here.
He's not there.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on to the next.
Okay, so we'll move to Ms. Julinda Dame, the General Director of Environment and Sustainable Development for the city of Tirana in Albania.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome.
How is everything going? Can I just want to bring to you now the presentation. If it is possible to do after, just to be ready. I'm here, and when we'll be ready, I am in. Okay. Thank you.
We're ready.
Thank you
We're
very
ready
much.
for you. I guess you can share your screen, or unless the secretariat's operating for you, Christine.
Hi, Kurt. Can we just move on to the next speaker, and then we'll come back to Julinda.
Okay. We'll move to the next speaker. So we'll move very quickly from Europe to Brazil, South America. Mr. Jonatas Randall da Silva, the Municipal Secretary for Innovation and Technology Center in Barueri City, Brazil. I see you. Welcome. Can you hear us okay? I think you're muted. So if you would unmute. Can you unmute your microphone? Very well. I hear you now. Yes. And we see your screen. You can try to make it full screen if you would like.
Yes, pediu para fazer tela cheia, ok. Bom dia. Good morning. Obrigado pela oportunidade. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Em nome do prefeito Furlan. On behalf of our mayor of Barueri, Mr. Furlan. São Paulo, Brasil. São Paulo, Brasil. Barueri está numa jornada da transformação. Barueri is a journey of transformation. Para a sua sustentabilidade e desafios em meio ambiente, infraestrutura, transporte, usando a tecnologia. Barueri City is a journey of technology, development, social environment, using the technology. Estamos numa região de grande concentração de pessoas. We are located in a region of a high concentration of people. uma população de quase 280 mil pessoas.
We have a population of almost 279,000 people.
Uma área muito densa de 65 quilômetros quadrados.
A very density area of 65,000 square meter.
Tem
kilometers, sorry.
Somos a 15ª cidade da Grande São Paulo.
We are the 15th country city of Brazil. Our GDP is of GDP place.
IDH bem considerável, né? Bom para se viver essa cidade.
We have a very nice environment, a nice place with a very good IGHM.
Iniciamos a jornada da transformação digital, fazendo a infraestrutura.
Well, we have began our journey through the innovation and technology.
De conectividade.
Through the connectivity.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you please put your slides into presentation mode? The presentation is not moving. Play the slides. Yes.
Isn't moving the presentation? Okay.
No, it's not moving. It's not moving.
Can you see innovation and intelligence slide or not?
What's the slide?
It's moving now?
No.
Não está vendo a apresentação?
Okay, let's see what we have to do here. Let's just try again. I don't know what is frozen. Just a second. Just a second. Okay, esse aqui?
Esse, né?
Esse da tela cheia ali, ó.
Esse. Okay. I beg your pardon, can you see now?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
sorry for...
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry for this small trouble, okay?
Nós trabalhamos com 4 pilares.
We have 4 pillars.
Conectividade, Big Data.
Connectivity, devices, Big Data.
Aplicativos.
We have a special app developed for the city.
Fazendo com que seja mais acessível os serviços públicos.
The idea is to make a public service more accessible to our public or for the dwellers.
Nós enfrentamos uma pandemia.
Well, we have had a challenge in the pandemic.
E a transformação digital implantada desde 2017 fez a diferença na nossa cidade.
And through the technology we have implemented in 2017 made all the difference when we had the COVID-19, because we used all technology to combat, to defeat all the side effects.
Destacamos a vacinação por meio de aplicativos, portais, e com que isso avançou na cidade, conseguimos sentir primeiro a pandemia e também conseguimos sentir logo que terminou a pandemia, para a retomada da cidade, da economia, da retomada dos negócios da cidade de Barueri.
Through the data and the system we have implemented, we could make a surveillance and follow up, and also supervise all the sensitivity areas of COVID. We could also detect where we have to put more energy and focus through all this technology that we have in our city. It reduced all the side effects.
Dos projetos principais que conseguimos implantar na pandemia, chamado aqui de Barueri sem papel.
We have one of the most important projects that we have implemented is Barueri sem papel, Barueri without paper.
Isso foi exemplo de outras cidades, como a Estônia, por exemplo.
It was followed by other cities like Estonia.
E implantamos esse modelo para que fosse exemplo para o Brasil.
We have got other cities as example and implemented in Brazil to make it as example in our country.
Em plena pandemia, Barueri cresceu consideravelmente, principalmente nas empresas de tecnologia que se instalaram na cidade.
Even in pandemic time, we were one of the cities that had a growth in economy and employment during the pandemic. We have different results. We have a growth instead of a decrease.
Projeto que tem pouco tempo de implantação, 1 ano e 8 meses.
It is a project that has been implemented in less than 2 years.
Nós temos mais ou menos 12.000 funcionários na prefeitura.
We have around 12,000 people working in our mayor city.
Todos eles conectados.
All of them are fully connected.
São mais de 200 sistemas integrados.
We have over 200 systems integrated.
Usando bases de dados como Big Data.
Using Big Data and other databases.
Para as tomadas de decisões.
That lead us to take decisions.
Nas áreas da saúde, educação, infraestrutura, transporte, segurança.
That led us to take right decisions in transport, education, security, and health.
Isso trouxe grande avanço.
It brought us a very advanced situation.
Na agilidade dos serviços públicos.
Oh, we have a more agile public services.
E tivemos avanço principalmente na sustentabilidade.
Oh, we also we can appoint the sustainability as one of our best results in our city.
Nós implantamos para que as pessoas da nossa cidade
we have implemented in our city to the families.
Mais de 2.700 pessoas, famílias beneficiadas.
We had over 2,000, almost 3,000 families that got a benefit.
A internet gratuita.
They got a free internet service. Almost 3,000 families.
Colocando assim essas pessoas.
So it made an inclusion of these people.
Na grande praça pública que é a internet.
In the big room that's internet.
Dando acessibilidade a essas pessoas simples.
So we gave them to the ordinary people accessibility.
A usar os serviços públicos de forma digital.
So that most of them, for the first time, had opportunity to make use of digital system.
Isso foi possível porque nós temos plano de tecnologia para a nossa cidade.
All of this were possible because before that we made a very good plan of technology to be implemented in our city.
Os nossos desafios são as outras cidades que não têm as mesmas condições que Barueri.
Well, as a result, our major challenge is lead with the neighborhood cities around us that has not the same development.
Isso acaba atraindo pessoas das cidades vizinhas para Barueri.
So it made that the people or citizens for our neighborhood and other cities comes to Barueri to use all the system that we have.
Eu quero falar agora dos resultados que esse programa de sustentabilidade do Barueri Sem Papel trouxe para a nossa cidade.
So I'd like to go and to tell you some short points and big results that all this implementation made to our city.
São mais de 35 toneladas de papel salvas.
Over 35,000 tons of papers saved.
Mais de 1 milhão e quase 1 milhão e 400 milhões de litros de água economizado para a fabricação desse papel.
More than 1.4 million liters saved of water saved instead of using paper.
Toner foi economizado.
All the saver toners of a printer machine.
Energia.
Energy.
E conseguimos poupar mais de 753 árvores nesse pequeno período de 1 ano e 8 meses de implantação do projeto.
Just using technology, we were also able to save almost 800 trees and power through the system implemented.
Queremos ser exemplo para o Brasil.
We want to be example to our city, our country, Brazil.
Trazendo a conscientização.
We want to bring the conscientization.
Aliado com o mundo.
aligned with the world,
para que tenhamos futuro, meio ambiente protegido,
in order to have an environment protected,
e salvar aí o nosso mundo.
And also save and save lives.
São pequenas ações,
small steps, small actions
de cada de nós,
that each one of us,
que vamos deixar
these actions will lead
futuro melhor para as próximas gerações.
A better future for the coming generations.
Quero aqui agradecer ao prefeito Furlan.
I want to thank you to our mayor, Mr. Furlan,
pela oportunidade
for the opportunity given.
Ao meu intérprete Nelson Aprígio.
For the interpreter Mr. Nelson.
E pelo convite, fico muito grato.
And for the invitation through Mr. Kurt Kerrigan to be part of these very noble teams of mayors.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Obrigado. Thank you very much. And thank you also again for highlighting really the role of technology. I think what we've seen here in your city is how you're mobilizing and utilizing, leveraging technology solutions to build resilience and make your overall community much more efficient. So I think we have one more presenter, and then we'll go into a dialogue amongst our panelists. And if I can go back to Ms. Julinda Dame, General Director of Environment and Sustainable Development from the City of Tirana. Julinda, are you with us?
Jolinda, are you there? No.
No?
No.
She lose her connection? Okay. Well, in the meantime, why don't we try to go ahead and start some of the dialogue amongst the mayors and maybe with some of the audience members as well. And I guess please feel free to share any questions that any of you have within the chat function, and we'll try to ask the questions accordingly. But Stephanie, thank you for opening your camera. Obviously, you know better than most that cities, mayors cannot do things alone, that they need their citizens, but they also need to work with national governments. Can you talk a little bit about how you've worked with your national government to establish coherent or vertically integrated climate policies? And what do you see as some of the challenges in working with national governments and local authorities?
Thank you, Kurt. As I said a while ago, that we are working with what we're trying to do in Catbalogan is because of the national government is trying to they inform us with the different policies, and what we do in our cities, we try to localize them, and we make a local plan for the city, because most of the national plan or the national policies are actually very wide and very complicated, and not everything is actually applicable to our city. So we try to localize them and make sure that we are actually in the right track of what the national government is actually asking us, or what the policies are telling us. So that's one of the things that we're doing. Also, with all of the international conferences, international events, or that I am engaging, it is actually sometimes I am more advanced in implementing the programs that the national government is aiming for. So during those time, I tried to contact national agencies, especially secretaries of the different departments. We also informed them of the things that we're doing, and then also trying to ask for technical assistance, because admittedly our city is not that technically prepared in some of the programs and projects that we need to do to really make sure that the future of our city will be safe and green. So That's one point that we are really trying to ask or consult the national government. What else? Aside from the local plans that we're doing, we also invite them to our city to talk with our people, because sometimes we also must admit that in our localities, sometimes the locals wants to hear from higher authority. So that's also one strategy that we try to institutionalize in our city, so that to make sure that we have a different hierarchy in the government to also encourage our people to work with us. So that's how we do it, Sir Kurt, in our city.
Thank you very much, Mayor Rafiq. Maybe the same question to you. You have, again, a relatively small city and obviously need the support of national governments, your national government to implement policies and take actions and also to finance some activities.
Yeah.
What is the relationship that you have?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, decentralization has been very new to us, and it's a couple of years, and especially in the terms of environmental management, everything was centralized, and the environment ministry was making most of the policies and the decisions. And I think when they make those decisions, they are in the capital city, so most of it is shaped by what they see and what they feel in the capital city. And I would say in that process, what the locals, the small islands like us, our concerns are not fully addressed in that. And I think, I mean, we are working with the I think Parliament, with the ministry, to let the councils have more control. And right now, I would say we have no legislative power, even in terms of making like regulations regarding environmental issues. So that's something we are working with, and they are willing to give this authority to us. And in that process, I think what the cities like is the technical expertise first, because in terms of like urban planning, environmental planning, our city, we don't have any technical expertise, and I think it's similar in most other smaller cities like us. And so in capacity building, that's one area where we can a lot of assistance from the ministry, from the central government, and also from international partners like yourselves. And the finance, of course, that's another challenge. I think every council has that. So I would say that, I mean, we are new to decentralization. We are working with the ministry, with the central government, to give us more power to legislate or make regulations on local environmental issues. And we are seeking more capacity building in terms of the environment and urban planning. That's my what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Yeah, it's especially for very small communities, it's often difficult to have the exposure and get the resources that are needed, because sometimes you're seen as not as important as the capital cities, right? And so it's difficult sometimes. Thank you. We do have a question, a couple of questions for Mr. Randall da Silva from Bariri City in Brazil. Someone asked about, you know, the source of big data that you've used and whether the app that you have developed is an open source or whether it's a license. I think you're muted again. Okay, please.
Ok. Pode falar sobre os aplicativos que você usa, as licenças, tecnologia?
A prefeitura tem um departamento.
Our mayor has a department.
É uma fábrica de software.
And a kind of a plant that produces software.
Usamos os tradicionais, Amazon, como servidor.
We use the traditional providers.
Programador,
and developers, like we have programs like Amazon and others. We use the most common ones.
E essas licenças, elas são as tradicionais mesmo, não tem nenhuma específica de Barueri, né, da cidade. É o que você usa aí no seu país e a mesma usamos aqui, é universal a linguagem.
We don't have a special license.
You've muted again. I'm sorry. Okay.
A Microsoft é o que a gente mais usa aqui, né? A base deles.
Microsoft is the most used.
É o mais usual para nós aqui.
Is the most common that we use to develop our apps. I don't know if it answered the question.
I think so. Yes. So it's open. Stephanie, do you want to respond maybe to some of the technology initiatives or innovations that you've heard from Brazil, and how you're also incorporating kind of technology solutions in your city?
Kurt, to be honest, I am very much. I really appreciate and how do you call it, overwhelming program of Brazil. It's something that we really want to do in our city. As it's evident a while ago that I have a connection problem or issue. That means we need to do more in our city. But for a couple of years, it's been our problem. But recently, fiber optic is actually is already in our city. That's why ICT is already part of our programs. But even before, we started with making sure that we have CCTVs in the city premises. It's one way of making sure that we know what's happening in our city, and also it is for our disaster risk reduction and management programs and the peace and public safety program of our city. But we are too far from Brazil, to be honest. But we are, trying small steps, really using innovative technology because we believe it's one of the pillars that we actually need for a better future. So we are not as big as they are, but we are doing it now through DRR, cashless transactions. We are really trying that our programs in the city, the beneficiaries, we are enrolling them. We are starting to enroll them to cashless transactions. In this way, we will be able to inform the public that the world is into e-cash, into technology, and the innovations now are into technology. So we also need to catch up with that.
Thank you. Ismail, you talked in your presentation about the use of innovative data, especially as it related to air pollution and some of the sensors. How, as a very small community, can you leverage the technology that you need, and how do you see financing those kind of innovative solutions at the scale that you're working?
Yes, thank you. I think technology should be a big part of the city planning and decision-making process. And in this aspect, big data and these things, whether the city is small or big, we need to consider that going forward. And I would say, with COVID, it has actually, it was a call for everyone to look into more technology-based solutions in serving the citizens and also doing the council's work. I think it was seen from the Brazil as example. We also have been to automate a lot of our internal work and minimize the paper-based activities is something we are doing. And on the aspect of the data analysis, like in the environmental side, what we are planning is to have as much monitors as possible to monitor the air pollution, the sea level, the water level, the wind, the rain. So a lot of this data collected. Of course, collection is the one thing, but we need to analyze it and make a sensible use of it and use it in the decision-making process. And I think, as you mentioned, the finance is a challenge. But what we have seen is there are a lot of open source software, open source programs that smaller cities can use. And not only in terms of the climate, but in citizen engagement in provinces to citizens. And we are also trialing some of these things. And I think when it comes to technology and application development, even smaller cities can afford it because of this lot of resources, the open source nature of the stream. And also, of course, we are relying on the council budget and also help from the central government to finance some of this, especially in terms of the infrastructure development. So I think whether the city is small or big, we have to focus on data information and data-driven model for decision making, and that's what we also focusing on. And we also hope to have some results in this regard over the next couple of years. Thank you.
Good, thank you. I want to return now to the topic of leadership, and Vice Mayor Maulana from Jambi City. If I could ask you, how do you see the role of city leaders, mayors, vice mayors, vis-a-vis the roles of other stakeholders, such as citizens, academia, and the private sector? What do you see as your role in addressing some of these challenges, and how would you describe your role versus some of the other stakeholders who need to be involved as well?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Roach, about the collaboration. Yeah, Jambi City government need collaboration with all stakeholders, community, national government, and subnational. With strong collaboration, we can achieve the common goals easily. So, community are involved in all steps of planning, so they can own it and create the activities to answer their problem. And Jambi City is one of 25 city develop smart city. And smart city, part of smart city like smart branding, smart living, smart environment, smart economy. It is need a collaboration. It is need collaboration with all stakeholders. Yeah, private sectors, government, local government sectors, national sectors, all of is involved in this all step planning and activating to smart city. Goals is to develop smart city in Jambi City like this. Thank you very much, Mr. Coach.
Thank you. Stephanie, this is kind of an interesting challenge because mayors have a role in bringing together all of those stakeholders for kind of a common purpose, but there are often competing interests, right? How do you navigate those competing interests and get everyone on the same path towards building resilience in a community, for instance?
Yeah. To be honest, Kurt, it's not easy to really gather everyone with the same vision, the same purpose, because politics still play a big role, and it is always a major problem when we implement big projects in our city. So what we do, especially when I was the mayor, now I'm a councillor. When I was the mayor, I have a lot of big projects that I introduced that I believe will help the city. But then, there's always this minority who will try to block your way. So what I do is I always call for public hearings. And during the hearings, there are a lot of rallies. There are a lot of conflicting ideas. So what is our role as leaders of the city? We try to facilitate and try to listen to every concerns. But at the end of the day, we need to be firm. We need to see who will benefit more. We need to make sure that our decisions will benefit the majority of the populace. So in that way, we decide on the best program or project that we implement, and then we make sure that all the councils are represented. There are representations of women, of children, of the youth, of the academe, of the persons with disability, the business sector, the transport sector, and all the sectors, so that if one of a minority group will try to block our programs or our projects, we can make sure that we have a representation that actually we hear their voices. We made sure that they are part of the plans, and whatever happens, whatever politics will try to ruin our way, we will make sure that our programs are actually the right programs for our people. So not easy, but we can as facilitators and funders and initiators. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rondo da Silva, kind of the same question, but you have a slightly different role as the municipal secretary for the Innovation and Technology Center. Sometimes the technologies are seen as a very technical issue that doesn't appeal to all stakeholders. How do you engage with the broader community to help them understand the innovations and how to implement some of these solutions?
Ok. Nós procuramos ouvir a comunidade, né, falar com as pessoas. Eu quero dar aqui um exemplo. Nós tínhamos um problema aqui com os contadores que abriram empresas na nossa cidade.
Well, we try to understand their needs. It is not easy to talk about the technology, but I'd like to point out an example. We had a problem with the accountants, with the small companies that were looking to open small companies in our city.
A prefeitura, por seu lado, também tinha suas dificuldades com os fiscais que analisavam aquela documentação para abertura de empresas.
From our side, we also had our problem with all the bureaucracy and fiscal people that required a lot of documentation to small companies.
Nos reunimos, ambas as partes, e perguntamos qual o problema que vocês veem na prefeitura. E prefeitura, qual o problema que vocês veem nos contadores?
So we put all together in the same page and we asked the small entrepreneurs what are the problems they are facing from our major city, and from our departments. We also asked them what are the problems and the loops or gaps that you have from the entrepreneurs. So we listen to both sides.
Porque entendemos que o sistema é feito para pessoas, e atrás do sistema tem pessoas.
So we understand that the system is made to support people. And behind the system, we have people.
E quando as pessoas ali, frente um ao outro, disse qual era o problema, qual era a dificuldade, logo entendemos qual era a necessidade de ser aplicado na tecnologia, o ajuste no sistema.
So when we put people together, the area that are looking to invest and the area that is responsible for that, we could understand each other problem vis-a-vis and develop a solution specifically for these people.
Não faz sentido se a tecnologia não é para pessoas.
It doesn't make sense if you have a great technology and if it doesn't provide service or provide solution to the people.
Isso é um exemplo prático daquilo que a tecnologia pode fazer. Aplicamos e deu certo na cidade.
It's a practical example that the technology may serve. So technology is made to serve and not to be served. So they have to serve people and to bring solution.
O resultado disso é 42 mil empresas que estão sediadas aqui em Barueri, São Paulo.
So as a result, we grow to 42,000 small companies that are located in our city. I hope that it answered the question.
Yes, that was very helpful. And thank you for emphasizing that technology really needs to work in service to the people and to the communities. And the engagement of stakeholders early on helps to identify how those technologies can be useful to people. Ismail, you may have a small population, but I don't think that the challenge of bringing people together is any less challenging with a smaller population. You still have competing interests. You still have different needs and different stakeholders. How do you bring your community and the various interests and stakeholders together around your solutions that you've presented quite well today?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I mean, even though the number of these small relations, we still have disagreements and different conflicts of interest with the different groups. And I think one big thing we are focusing on is increasing the citizen engagement. So we invite them to for sessions to discuss on major issues. And currently we are working on two initiatives. One is the voluntary advisory board. So the idea is to have different advisory boards, like in terms of climate, environment. So these volunteers can join these boards and act as advisors to the council. So we hope that through this, we can have like interested stakeholders join these boards, and they would feel part of the council by giving advice, and also the council can actually ask advice from them. And also we have developed a citizen engagement portal, and this is again to make it more convenient and easier for citizens to create their own debates and give feedback to our proposals, processes. And so I think these two initiatives, we hope to make this interaction and engagement easier. And also in that process, I think we can help try to have decisions that are in the best interest of the island. And I would say again, I think using data to convince the people. Using data, for example, this in our island, around the coastline, we have around 20 meters of a buffer zone where we don't remove any trees near the coastline. But there is demand from the business community. For example, they want to develop guest house, they want to develop seafront restaurants, but we have to convince them the importance of the green zone, the buffer zone. And I think using data, what's happening in the world, the impact that will help convince these conflicting interests. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're coming now to the end of the session, so I want to give each of you an opportunity to kind of reflect on what you've heard from your peers and other panelists, and in the context of the question of how can cities take a greater leadership role in the transition to carbon neutrality that this session and really the forum is focused on. And let me start really with first with Dr. Maulana, Vice Mayor of Jambi City. Again, Vice Mayor, if you could reflect on what you've heard, and then how cities can take a greater leadership role in the transition to carbon neutrality.
Hi, Kurt. I think the Vice Mayor has a guest.
Okay.
He's okay. Can I answer on his behalf?
Sure.
Okay.
Yanti, do you have your camera on, or can you turn your camera on?
Yes, my camera is on.
Yes, introduce yourself, please, if you would. I know you well.
Okay. Hi everybody. I'm sorry. I'm from Jambi City. I'm the head of the tourism department of Jambi City government, and I believe the Vice Mayor would reflect on the leadership, the local leadership on the carbon neutrality. That it is local leadership is very important as a main role to inspire people to do a little thing to facilitate the community to live a little greener every day. So what as a local leader, you need to not only talk the talk, but you also talk the walk and walk the talk. So that's the main role of the local leader in the Jambi City, as the Vice Mayor and the Mayor of Jambi City would do to inspire the community to be a little greener every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yanti. Mr. Rondo da Silva, the same question to you. Reflect, if you would, and then very briefly talk about how you see the leadership role in this transition.
Colaborar com o efeito estufa não é nada fácil, né? Tudo que é feito acaba aí no mundo causando emissões de carbono.
Collaborating with the effect with the environment is not easy, because everything that we produce results in production of carbon.
Uma principal tarefa nossa é alinhar todos os nossos projetos da prefeitura com 17 objetivos da ONU, né, de sustentabilidade, usando aí a tecnologia, o exemplo são 753 árvores poupadas, né?
Well, we try to follow the 70 steps of politics of the NATO, the world community. We have, through that, reduced almost 800 trees that were saved using the technology.
É uma tarefa diária, contínua.
It is a daily task and continuously.
Estamos fazendo nossa parte aqui.
We are doing our part.
Efeito colateral desse projeto, por exemplo, é a redução de veículos na municipalidade.
Well, one of the greatest side effects is that we have reduced the use of vehicles in our community.
Que são ações pequenas como essa que nós estamos trabalhando aqui, influenciando outras pessoas, outras cidades, nessa conscientização do dia a dia.
So small steps, little actions that bring a conscience and engage people to collaborate with a green and clean climate environment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you very much. Ismail, very quickly, if you could, within less than a minute or so, reflect and then share your thoughts on leadership and how.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. And I think through these sessions, we see how other cities are doing it, and we can learn from each other. And I think this is the most important part of this, sharing the experience. And I think I have learned a lot, and I have seen how other cities are trying to address the similar problems we have. And I'm sure it has benefited a lot. And I think as local leaders, one big advantage we have is we work very closely with the citizens. Especially smaller cities, I mean, we know each other. 11,000 residents, I know them personally. So working closely with them, I think it's the most important thing is for the people to change their attitude, for the people to change their lifestyle. And it's the individual responsibility which is most important. And I think as city leaders, since we can work very closely with the citizens, it has more chance of getting this individual responsibility, people to start believing in the cause, and for people to help the council, to help the country to make the necessary changes. So I would say one big focus we should have is on changing the individual's viewpoint and let them, ask them, and for them to be responsible for the actions, especially in terms of the environmental side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephanie, final word over to you.
Thank you, Kurt. Final words. How do we do it as leaders of the city and as a city? We need to let our people understand what do you want for the future to be carbon neutral. So after informing them and letting them understand what our future would be, then that's the time we plan and we make sure that we institutionalize all of them. We need policies to really make sure that our leadership will go in that direction. It's the only way that we can make sure that we can achieve carbon neutrality. So thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Very succinct. I wasn't prepared for you to finish something, but thank you. And thank you to all of the panelists. Apologies for any of the technical difficulties. We weren't able to ultimately hear from them. But we're a bit over time now, and so let me take this opportunity to thank the panelists and close the session. I think we heard some very clear guidance and direction from all of the mayors. In summary, what I heard is that the role really of mayors is partly to inspire their community, to develop the policies, but bring on board their communities, their citizens, to co-produce some of these solutions and co-implement some of these solutions. That citizens have a role in changing the way that they live their lives and their behavior. So it comes down to behavior and lifestyle. It's not just a government function to achieve these global objectives. That there need to be engagements from citizens, from academia, and others, and that there needs to be collaboration across all sectors and across all jurisdictions of government. And mayors and local leaders help to create that enabling environment for innovation, for action and for citizens to really be engaged. So thank you all very much. And I guess I can turn back over to Christine for any housekeeping announcements. I want to thank all participants.
Thank you very much, Kurt, as always. Thank you. Huge thanks also go to our mayors and local leaders, to Stephanie, to Dr. Malana, and Mayor Rafi, and Mr. Renda da Silva for bringing us interesting perspectives, initiatives, and practical actions at the local level. Actually, we at GFHS is dedicated to prioritizing cities and uniting cities to address urban issues. So we look forward to engaging your cities in the future and more cities out there in a deeper way through our Global Greener City initiative. We'll keep in touch and share with you the initiative. Okay, thank you once again. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, that's the program for today. We once again extend great appreciation to our excellent speakers, to our local leaders and panelists who set the stage for tomorrow's discussion on technical topics. Let me quickly share the screen for the program of tomorrow. There we go. Yes, that's the program for tomorrow. We have 6 parallel sessions. Yes, please. Yes, we will just 6. Yeah, 6 thematic sessions. So please join us and put questions to our experts and the panelists tomorrow. So we'll see you tomorrow at 7 a.m. Central European Time, 6 a.m. UTC, and 2 p.m. Beijing time. So I'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank
you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Obrigado.
Bye. Obrigado.
Obrigado.
Bye.
Obrigado.
Yes, obrigada.
Venha visitar o Brasil. Venha visitar o Brasil.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salamat.
Salamat.
Salamat po.
Salamat
Right?
po.
Salamat po.
Ma'as-salama. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, we hope to see you all tomorrow. Yeah, we'll have
Okay.
a technical sessions. We'll have an award ceremony tomorrow evening.
Venha visitar o Brasil, Fuji.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's okay.
Come to Brazil.
Yes, we had one annual forum in 2012 in Brazil.
Wow, great.
Yeah, that's 10 years back. Yes.
Okay, we look forward to hear from you.
Same here.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Christine. Great job.
Hi, Ty. Thank you for being with us. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Hi, Fang.
Hi, Ty.
Good to hear your voice.
Yeah, glad to have you in the Zoom office. In the Zoom room.
And I'm glad to have you in my heart. Christine is doing a great job.
Thank you. That's my job.
Did you have sleep?
What?
Did you have sleep?
Yes, I slept. I just came like 2 days ago from Dubai. I was a little bit tired, honestly. But I listened to some of the lectures. Very good, very good.
Thank you.
And you know, tomorrow is in 12 hours from now, correct, Christine?
It's 6. I think it's 6.
Not 6:30 in the morning. 6:30 in the afternoon. It's written 6:30 in the
I
morning.
don't know, 6:30 in the morning, New York time.
No. We are in the morning now. So it's going to be 6:30 in the evening.
In your morning.
Now we are in the morning. Here in America, we are in the morning. But tomorrow for the conference, it's going to be 6:30 in the evening, New York time.
No. Please check your email.
Yes,
No, I believe Taj is well aware of the timing. I believe that. That's okay.
I am aware of it. If you're gonna start, are you gonna start in 12 hours? Christine, you're gonna start from 12 hours from now, correct?
Yes.
Now, 12 hours from now in America will be evening. But it's okay. God bless you and keep you.
Thank you, Taj.
Likewise.
Tomorrow, you will moderate the closing session. It is very important. It is a hybrid session.
Well, that's the cream of the chrome of the meetings.
Hybrid.
The cream of the. Well, I'm looking forward to see you in New York. I think.
Okay.
You're coming, right?
Okay. Soon. I hope sooner.
Okay. We're looking forward. Also, Christine, bring Christine with you.
Thank you. Sure.
Okay.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Have a good night's sleep.
You too. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.